Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part, what if Deku got the powers of a Digimon. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya is an average boy, the same as everyone else. The only difference is that he is quirkless. One day he is attacked by a villain. When he is on the verge of death, an ancient creature chooses him to wield a power greater than any quirk. With this he will become the greatest hero. Meanwhile, many secrets will be revealed. Even the secret of the origin of the quirks. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Let's go to the digital world. Nighttime. 1A dorms. Izuku is ready to sleep. He is already in his room and with his night clothes on. However, a knock on the door catches his attention. Opening the door, he is surprised to see Shinso, Todoroki, Melissa, and Denki. Guys, what are you doing here? We got a message from you. It said to come to your room. Melissa said, looking at the message she received from Izuku. What? I didn't send anything, Izuku said. Don't worry, I did it. That draws everyone's attention. It was Bokoman, without his disguise. Bokoman, how long have you been here? Izuku asked while everyone enters his room, and he closes the door. A few minutes. Bokoman said. I'm sorry to call you at this time of night, but I'm going to need your help. My world is in danger. Your world? Are you talking about the digital world? Izuku asked. That's right. A few days ago, a warrior from my world, Leomon, came to this world with a request for help. Apparently my world is in trouble, Bokoman said. And what is that problem? Shinso asked. I don't know. Leomon could only stay in this world for a short period of time, long enough to ask you to help. Us? Why us? Melissa asked. You were the ones chosen by the legendary warriors. Legendary warriors are to us what All Might is to society. It makes sense. They need help, and they are asking their heroes for it, Todoroki said. Exactly, although I don't think they are aware that the chosen ones are human, Bokoman said. Still, I ask you to help my world, Bokoman said, kneeling down. You don't need to kneel. If you need help, we will be there. We owe it to the warriors who chose us. The only thing that worries me is that we will tell the rest. I mean, we can't tell them that some digital creatures asked us to help save their world, Izuku said. Don't worry about it. I have the perfect excuse, Bokoman said. Next morning. 1A dorms. He wants to make tests about the evolution of the quirk, Iida asked. At this moment all of Class A was on their way to their classroom. However, Nezu arrived in the morning with Aizawa to warn that he would take the 5 chosen ones with the excuse of conducting tests to learn more about the evolution of the quirk. That's right, the topic of the evolution of the quirk is still a mystery. That's why I managed to get help to investigate this, and that's why I need the help of the 5 students who evolved his quirk, Nezu said. I see, but what will we do without our class president? Iida said. Yaoyorozu is the vice president, so she'll be in charge of the class while I'm gone, Izuku said. All right, it's time to go. Aizawa, they will most likely miss class today, so please don't punish them, Nezu said. Fine, but they will have extra homework. Aizawa, who is already aware of the truth, said to play along with Nezu. All right guys, it's time to go, Nezu said as the chosen ones waved goodbye and followed him. The chosen 5 are in a limo on the way to wherever Nezu says. Okay. The first obstacle is already overcome. Now how are we going to go to the digital world? Izuku asked. Patience, Midoriya. When we reach the destination, I will explain how we will get there. It was not a lie when I said that I got people to help me, Nezu said. That means that there are more people who know about Digimon, Shinso said. Correct, but there is no need to worry. They are trustworthy people, Nezu said. But, moving on to matters of equal importance, I have news about Luciman's plans. Do you know anything about that? Todoroki asked. Yes, but first I must ask you something. What do you know about One for All? Nezu asked. One for All. I remember that when Uncle Might confronted Luciman he called him All for One. Does he have some kind of relation with that? Melissa asked. Partly. Nezu said. I ask you this because what you are about to hear is a very big secret that very few people know. So, I trust you to keep the secret as well and not to mention this to anyone, not even those who know about it. This is scaring me a bit, Kaminari said. A couple of days ago, All Might approached me to talk about certain matters, Nezu said. Flashback. A few days ago, Principal Nezu. Toshinori entered Nezu's office. All Might, what brings you here? Nezu asked. It's about my battle against All for One. Toshinori said. This made Nezu tense up a bit. When we were fighting, when the group of students who rescued young Bakugo rescued him, All for One referred to them as the Chosen Ones. That was the first time I heard All for One say that. But it makes me curious that together the four that evolved his quirk were there. It's too much to be a coincidence. I see. You think there is some kind of relation, Nezu said. That's right, let's not forget that Shigaraki also has his quirk evolved. Something is definitely happening, Toshinori said. I see. Don't worry, I will thoroughly investigate this. Thanks for letting me know, Nezu said. That's not all. I think All for One is looking for the One for All, Toshinori said. Are you sure? Nezu asked. Why else would they plan everything to attract me to him? Toshinori said. Luckily I managed to stop him, however I think young Tagata may be in danger. I see, thanks for telling me, I'll see what I can do. For now, focus on Tagata's training, Nezu said. After this, Toshinori leaves the office. What are you really planning, Luciman? Do you really want the One for All? What do you want it for? Nezu thought. End flashback. I see. So All Might has become suspicious. Even so, that does not explain what the One for All is, Izuku said. The One for All is a power that can be transferred between people. All Might was the 8th user of the One for All and passed it on to young Tagata. But the peculiarity of that power, in addition to being able to be transferred, is that for each bearer the power increases, Nezu explained. I see. That explains Uncle Might's power and all the secrecy about his quirk, Melissa said. That also explains why Luciman wants that power. Apparently in his battle against All Might, Luciman is obviously weakened. Perhaps he wants that power to increase his own, Shinso said. Yes, but how will he get that power? I don't think there is a quirk that steals other quirks, or does it? Kaminari said. In fact, it exists. All for One is not only the name of the person in which Luciman's consciousness resides, but also the name of that person's quirk, and as young Kaminari said, that quirk can steal other quirks. That explains why he can use several different powers, Todoroki said. One for All and All for One, perhaps both are related, Izuku said. In fact, yes, the One for All was born when All for One gave his younger brother a quirk. This quirk was combined with that of the younger brother and from there the One for All was born. How ironic. Good always comes from evil, Shinso said. Well, enough of that, we're here, Nezu said opening the door. If you're wondering, the limo has autopilot. Getting off the limo, Izuku recognizes the place. Wait, this is the Kamishiro Company. Do you know them? Kaminari asked. Yeah. They're the ones who gave me my invite to Island. Izuku said. What are we doing here? Do they even know about Digimon? Is that why they gave me the invite to Island? Calm down Midoriya. To answer your questions, not everyone knows about the Digimon, only a sector of the entire company. And no, those who invited you did not know about the Digimon and why we are here, Nezu said. Just then a girl approaches them. She is a woman with shoulder-length black hair, black eyes, and a small chest. Her hair is cut in a way that resembles 2 staircases in the back. She wears a black and white dress with long sleeves, a gray zipper in the collarbone and a white ruff on the neck. The dress is mostly black and has a white part designed as if it was another strapless, backless dress. At the dress's bottom part, the transition from white to back resembles 2 staircases on the front and 2 in the back. She also wears black goggles with gray lens and white straps with a black line in the middle on her left arm, a black pantyhose, and gray shoes. Nezu, it's good to see you again, the girl said in a calm tone. In that she turns to see the chosen ones. I guess you guys are the chosen ones. Nice to meet you. My name is Yuko Kamishiro, the current owner of the Kamishiro Company. Nice to meet you. I am, Izuku said but was interrupted. You don't need to introduce yourself. Nezu has already told me all about you. Izuku Midoriya, Hitoshi Shinso, Shoto Todoroki, Melissa Shield and Denki Kaminari. Welcome to the Kamishiro Company. Yuko said. Thanks. You obviously know Principal Nezu, but that doesn't explain what we're doing here, Shinso said. It seems Nezu didn't told you. Well, we will take care of sending you to the digital world, Yuko said. Now please follow me and please don't say anything about the digital world for now until I tell you. After this, Yuko leads everyone through the Kamishiro Company building until they reach an elevator, which after entering her fingerprints the elevator begins to go down. Very good, if you have any questions, you can ask them now, Yuko said. How do you know Principal Nezu? Izuku asked. I met him a couple of years ago. My company detected a strange load of data. After investigating it we discovered the Digimon. It was there that I met Nezu. After that we were secretly working together to find a way to go to the digital world or at least send humans to that world, Yuko said. How do you plan to send us there? Melissa asked. It's a bit complicated, but don't worry, once we get there, I'll show it to you. After these words, the elevator opens, and the chosen ones can see that Kamishiro subway is apparently now a type of subway from a train station. Come with me please. These facilities will help us send you to the digital world. I see you're here, little sister, a guy said. He is a boy with black hair and eyes. He wears a white shirt with long sleeves and a ruffed hood, black pants, and white shoes with gray soles. I guess they're the famous chosen ones. Nice to meet you. My name is Yugo Kamishiro, Yuko's older brother. Yugo seems to be working on some kind of system. Next to him are two other people, a boy and a girl. Both greet the chosen ones before returning to work. Chosen ones, as you have heard, he is my older brother, Yugo Kamishiro. The other two are our friends, Urata Sanada and Nokia Shiramine. Urata used to be a hacker, but he joined us, Nokia, although she may not seem like she is very good at this kind of things. The boy, Urata, is a teenage boy with fair skin, blue eyes, and long black hair. He wears a blue jumpsuit with two black circles with white text on them, and two white squares with blue text on them, both on the left side of the jumpsuit. He also wears black shoes, and a gray hooded jacket with long sleeves, blue lines all over them, and a black rectangle with blue text in the inner side of the hood. The jacket unzipped only in the neck. Nokia, the girl, is a young girl with fair skin, blue eyes, shoulder-length red hair, which is tied on the sides with blue hairties with white dots on them, and a large chest. She wears a black lace-trimmed bra, black string panties, a dress that is light blue in the front and black in the back, and has blue hemlines as well as large blue triangles in the bottom hemlines of both the front and the back. The dress is cut in the sides in a way that exposes the strings of her panties, and both halves of the dress are connected by 14 blue strings on each side, forming 7 X's, and a pink hooded jacket with a light blue inner side. She also wears gray stockings with 8 black lozenges on each, gathered in both the thigh and the knee, forming 2 bigger lozenges. The stockings also have black garter straps connecting to the inside of the dress. She also wears black shoes, a red ring in the right index finger, and 4 necklaces around her neck, each with a different color of stones, which are blue, yellow, green, and orange. She wears 3 wristlets on each arm, each with a different color of stones, over the sleeves of the jacket. The stones on the wristlets on her right arm are blue, green, and orange, and the ones of the left arm are blue, red, and yellow. Nokia, Urata, is everything ready? Yuko asked. Nokia gives thumbs up. Of course. Urata for his part is more serious. Everything is ready. According to the simulations everything should go well, but we won't know until we see it for real. After this, Yuko guides the chosen ones through glass doors to what appears to be the tracks of a train. In that 2 other people appear. Yuko, the boy said. Thanks, chosen ones. They are the Iba brothers, Takumi and Amy. They were going to be the candidates to test the project, but since you need it you will be the first to test it. Takumi is a teenage boy with fair skin, red spiky hair, and blue eyes. He wears a black shirt under a gray shirt with a yellow logo in the front with a yellow Awa Studio Works written under it, a yellow X in the back, and yellow lines near the hemlines, and single black glove with similar X and a circle design in the back and palm, respectively, and yellow circles in the fingertips in the right hand. He also wears yellow pants, black sneakers with yellow soles, 2 gray bags with yellow lines on his waist, with the straps forming an X, and bluish-gray goggles on his head. Amy is a teenage girl with fair skin, gray eyes, short red hair, which is worn in a ponytail on the left side, tied by her bluish-gray goggles, and a medium chest. She wears a yellow shirt with black raglan sleeves, yellow vertical lines going through the sleeves, which turn into horizontal lines after reaching near the hemline, a black logo in the chest, and the words, Awa Studio Works, written under it. She also wears a black glove in the right hand, with a yellow X in the back of it, a yellow circle design in the palm, and yellow circles in the fingertips, a very short black pleated skirt with yellow vertical lines on each side, yellow stockings with 2 black vertical lines in the outer sides, and black shoes with yellow soles and 2 yellow dots on top of them. She also carries a yellow backpack with black lines in the straps. Wait, that means you haven't tested it, Kaminari said. Don't worry, your chances of surviving are 85%, so you'll be fine, a woman said. She is a young woman with fair skin, purple eyes, short purple hair, and a large bust. She wears glasses with purple hexagonal lens, a white buttoned shirt with long puffy sleeves, and pocket on the left side of the chest, a purple bow tie, a black dress that accentuates her bodies and is open in the back with the straps forming an X, black stockings, and high white boots with purple shoelaces and black soles. Chosen ones, this is Mirai Mikagura, as I have to be supervising the entire company, she is the one in charge of this project. She will explain how all this works. Yuko said. After this, she leaves. All right, I'll explain how it works. Mirai said. Our studies have shown that there are Digimon with the ability to open portals to our world. We have managed to imitate that ability, however, humans are unable to cross those portals without some kind of external help. That's why we've managed to enlist the help of that kind of Digimon to help us bring you to the digital world. Are you saying that some Digimon will take us to the digital world? Todoroki asked. Something like that. You see, in the digital world there are Digimon with the appearance of vehicles. Their main function is to take the Digimon from one place to another. In theory they can do the same with humans. We have called this project Connect Jump. Mirai said. The project is ready, so there is no time to lose. Mirai gives the indication, and the machine turns on one side a data portal opens. After several seconds, what is the sound of a train is heard. A Digimon with the appearance of a brown train emerges from the portal. Mirai, did you call me? The Digimon asked. That's right, chosen ones, this is Trailman Worm, Mirai said. Ah, so these are the ones chosen by the legendary warriors, it will be an honor to bring them to the digital world, Trailman said as he opened the door to his wagon. However, the chosen 5 have not moved from the place. Sorry, it has been too much information in such a short time. Izuku said. One question, how long will we be in the digital world? A few days, maybe weeks. Mirai said without concern. Days, weeks. What about the UA? Oh that, don't worry. Time in the digital world is different from ours, although you may take days, mere minutes, hours at most, will have passed here. Mirai said. This calmed the chosen ones. I see, all right guys, let's go, Izuku said, in that the 5 get on the wagon. Chosen ones. Good luck. Mirai said. All right, turn on the machine. In front of Trailman a data portal opens, the Digimon starts to advance. The chosen 5 close their eyes as they cross the portal. You can open your eyes now, Trailman said. The chosen ones open their eyes and are surprised to see the digital world. To be honest, it didn't look any different from their world, only less buildings and more vegetation. So, this is the digital world, Todoroki said. That's right, next destination File Island. We'll be there in a few minutes. Trailman said. Relax while you can. The chosen ones relax a bit and enjoy the views. Wait a minute, Midoriya. Denki calls everyone attention. You and Melissa have been closer lately, not only that, since we came to the Kamishiro company you have been holding hands. What are you two up to? They both blush. Right, we didn't tell you. Melissa and I are dating. It was shortly before the exams for the provisional license, Izuku said. What? Kaminari says, however he is surprised to see that Shinso and Todoroki don't seem surprised. Why are you not surprised? Did you already know? No, we didn't know that, but we're not surprised either, Shinso said. Yeah, it was pretty predictable, Todoroki said. Chosen ones, we have arrived, Trailman says as he pulls up to the File Island station. Leaving Trailman, the chosen ones met Leomon, who was waiting for them. Leomon turns to see them. The chosen five have arrived at File Island station. At that same station Leomon is waiting for them. Once coming down from Trailman, Leomon watches them. Humans, what are they doing here? Trailman, where are the legendary warriors? Leomon asked. Excuse me, Leomon sir, we are the ones chosen by the legendary warriors, Izuku said while the five show their D-scans. Oh, I see, sorry, I really didn't know what to expect, Bokoman didn't give so many details. I'm surprised that humans have decided to help us, Leomon said. We understand Leomon sir, but we are training to be heroes and as heroes it is our duty to help those who need it, human or Digimon, Izuku said. Leomon smiles at Izuku's words. Then, I see why the legendary warriors chose you. Leomon turns to see something in the distance. Very well, please follow me, I will take you to the camp. Leomon starts walking and the chosen ones follow him. Apparently you guys already know me, but I'll still introduce myself. I am Leomon, one of the leaders of the resistance. Resistance? Resistance of what? Shinso asked. A long time ago, our world was attacked by a very big evil. This evil is very powerful and that is why we asked for your help. By the way, there are only 5 of you, where are the other 5? Leomon said. Yeah, about that, we also have our problems in our world. Apparently, the rest of the descendants of the other 5 warriors joined the villain side. They are under the orders of a human named Tamura Shigaraki, who in turn works with Lusamon. Izuku explained, however when mentioning the evil Digimon Leomon is surprised. Lusamon still alive. Leomon stops dead and turns to see the chosen ones. If what you say is true, it would be better not to mention it to anyone, not even our allies, because if that information reaches enemy ears, I have no doubt that the enemy will do everything possible to go to your world, Leomon said before resuming his walk. And who is this enemy? Todoroki asked. The enemy no, the enemies are 6 of the 7 great demon lords, Leomon said. Demon lords, who are those? Kaminari asked. The 7 great demon lords used to be angel Digimon, however they succumbed to darkness and transformed into demon Digimon. Leomon said. Lilithmon, Leviamon, Demon, Barbamon, Beelzemon, Belphamon Rage Mode and their leader, Lusamon. This surprises the chosen ones, there are more Digimon like Lusamon. Makes sense, demon lords would go to any lengths to reunite with their leader, Melissa said. Exactly, after the supposed death of Lusamon at the hands of the 10 legendary warriors, the rest of the demon lords began to attack the digital world in revenge for that. That's when the surviving legendary warriors died as well. The problem was so big that even the royal knights under Yggdrasil got involved in the war, Leomon said. Royal Knight, who are those? Izuku asked. The royal knights are 13 Digimon with a power that surpasses even those of their own kind, which are already strong by themselves. The 13 receive direct orders and only from Yggdrasil, our god. They are so strong that they could defeat demon lords, Leomon explained. So why do you need our help? Shinso asked. Because each knight will carry out the orders of Yggdrasil in his own way. Yggdrasil's order was to destroy the demon lords, but that doesn't force the knights to search for the demon lords. You see, when the knights got involved, the demon lords hid in such a way that it's impossible to trace them. It was there when several of the royal knights withdrew since they preferred to wait for them to appear to destroy them. Lord Nigthamon and Dynasmon were the first to leave. Even so, there are also others who insisted on looking for the demon lords, such as Magnamon or Gallantmon. Leomon said. And what happened to them? Todoroki asked. We don't know. As I said, some retired and others went to hunt the demon lords. The whereabouts of the royal knights are unknown, however we know they are out there, or at least most of them. Leomon said. What do you mean? Melissa asked. One of them, Omegamon, disappeared shortly before Luciman's death. We believe that Luciman had something to do with it and that is why he was able to go to your world in the first place. We believe that he used Omegamon's power to open the first portal between our worlds. Leomon said. I see. That the royal knights help us is not assured. Kaminari said. Exactly, but if the legendary warriors were able to beat Luciman once, I think you guys will be able to help us with the rest of the demon lords, or at least the one we found. Leomon said. You found one? Izuku asked. Yes, we managed to find Beelzemon, the demon lord of gluttony. We set up a camp near his tower. Leomon said. Gluttony? Melissa asked. Yes, each demon lord is related to one of the 7 crests of the deadly sins, Beelzemon with gluttony, Barbamon with greed, Leviamon with envy, Lilithmon with lust, Demon with wrath, Belphamon with sloth and Luciman are the pride. Leomon said. Look, we have arrived. In the distance the camp could be seen. Leomon directs the Chosen Ones to the largest tent. Once they enter, the Chosen Ones can see several Digimon of different species. I'm not going to describe them all, I'll leave them to your imagination. There are only Digimon from adult to perfect level. When they enter, everyone turns to look at them. Leomon, you finally come back. Who are they? Humans. What are humans doing here? Said a mechanical Digimon with a humanoid body structure. Don't worry, Androman, these humans are the ones chosen by 5 of the legendary warriors, Leomon said. I see, but why only 5? Where are the rest? Androman asked. They are not available. Leomon said. I guess 5 is better than nothing. My apologies, we've just been desperate lately, Androman said to the Chosen Ones. Don't worry Androman sir, after what Leomon told us we understand your desperation. Don't worry, we will do our best to help you, Izuku said. Androman smiled at these words. Very well, Androman tell me the situation, Leomon said. Very well, please everyone, gather. Androman led as he pulled out a map of the place. We have been going through the different options and we always end up with the same result. Androman said, in that it points to the front of the tower. A frontal attack is destined to fail, there are too many evil Digimon protecting it. Androman now targets both sides of the tower. Lateral attacks will be a better option, however, dividing our forces is not ideal. If Beelzemon's forces aren't already outnumbered, dividing us would be suicide. Androman now points to the back of the tower. Finally, the back of the tower, that part does not have surveillance. The ideal would be to sneak through the back of the tower. However, it seems that Beelzemon can detect any Digimon that tries to sneak through that part, so while we approached, he would have already detected us. Androman points to the front again. After analyzing all our options, the best we could think of is a frontal attack with all we have. Hopefully the Chosen Ones can enter the tower and face Beelzemon while we hold as long as we can. Androman finished. Leomon is not convinced by the plan. That's it. That's the best we got. It's the only option, or at least it was until you told me that the warriors chose humans to carry their power. Androman said. The frontal attack will be the same, however, this time it will only be a distraction. Humans will sneak up from behind. Being human, I'm sure Beelzemon won't detect them. Leomon thought for a few moments. If that's the best we've got, let's do it. Wait a second. This is the plan. I refuse to let you sacrifice your lives. There must be another way. Izuku said. He never liked others getting hurt for him. A noble sentiment, human, but we have no other choice, Androman said. How is it that the possible death does not affect you? Izuku asked. When we joined the resistance we knew of the danger of dying, but we couldn't let our world fall into dark hands. If dying helps save my world, I'll gladly do it, Androman said. At these words several Digimon shouted in agreement. Very well, everyone, get ready, we leave in 10 minutes. Leomon ordered. Humans, I have some last-minute orders to give. Please prepare. Leomon said, but before he could give the orders, he saw something. You two, what are you doing here? After saying those words, from behind some boxes two small Digimon came out. The first one is a short and stout Tyrannosaurus Rex-like Digimon standing about 3 feet tall and has amber-orange skin and light green eyes. It also has flattened forearms with broad, 3-clawed hands, though early artwork for the Digimon Virtual Pet depicted its hands with 4 claws and distinct pectoral muscles. Its legs and arms are shown to be very vascular. Its tail is stubby, and its head and snout are almost as large as the rest of its body. The other is a maroon-eyed, yellow-skinned lizard in a bluish-white pelt with navy blue markings and purple claws. A yellow horn protrudes at the top of its head and its belly is blue with unusual pink markings. I'm sorry Leomon, but we wanted to see what was happening, the dinosaur Digimon said. In that, both realized the presence of the chosen ones. Oh, who are they? They are new allies. They will help us defeat Beelzemon. Leomon said. Both Digimon approach the chosen ones with some excitement. Hello, I am Agumon, the dinosaur Digimon said. And he is my friend Gabumon, Agumon said pointing at his partner. Hi, Gabumon said. They are so cute, Melissa said quickly hugging both Digimon. Both Digimon returned the gesture. I like this one, it's very nice, Gabumon said. Agumon, Gabumon, what are you doing here? Answer. Leomon said. Melissa releases the Digimon duo. We come to help, Agumon said. Leomon sighs. I appreciate the initiative, but you don't have enough power to face the enemies. But Leomon, Gabumon tried to say. No buts, Lekisman, get them out of here, Leomon ordered. Yes sir, Lekisman said, while taking Agumon and Gabumon away from the place. Lekisman is a Digimon based on the Rex rabbit breed. Its gloves are called the Moon Gloves. I'm sorry, they have no bad intentions, but we can't be sacrificing anyone who wants to join the resistance, even if we are all ready to die. We have a limit and we don't accept Digimon below adult level, Leomon said. What is the story of those two? Shinso asked. We do not know clearly. We met them while exploring the site. They have no memory of what happened to them before we found them. Poor things, most likely their families were destroyed before we found them. As our mission is very important, we could not take them to a safe place, Leomon said. After these words, another Digimon enters the tent. Said Digimon is a bipedal lagomorph-like canine with green fur that has whisker-like markings on its cheeks and a diamond marking on its forehead under its horn. It wears a pair of minigun-like gauntlets with movable extremities on its tips, serving as its fingers. It then wears DVIS 503XX denim jeans strapped firmly by a brown belt. Leomon, we are ready. Thanks, Gargomon. All right, it's time to start the diversionary attack. Chosen ones, wait 10 minutes and then start the infiltration. The rest, come with me. They all leave the place and head to their destination. Leomon turns to see the chosen ones. We may have only known each other for a short time, but I still trust you. Good luck. Good luck Leomon, and I assure you that we can get to know each other better when this is over, Izuku said. Leomon smiles. I'll take your word for it, human. After this Leomon leaves the place. Let's go, we have to go to our position, Izuku said. The chosen ones also leave, however, they don't notice that two figures begin to follow them. Resistance Battalion 1. No more than 30 Digimon are about to attack Beelzemon's tower. In front of everyone, Leomon. Comrades, we are about to attack the enemy fortress. For many, it will be a one-way trip. However, we do this to free our world from the darkness that surrounds it. Leomon told his troops. It is normal to be afraid, but with our heads held high we will go. Our sacrifice will be remembered. Leomon draws his sword. This day marks a new stage for our world, a stage without darkness. It's time to attack. Upon this, the entire battalion let out a battle cry, roar and charged the tower. Skullsatamon is a fallen angel, with the body of a red demon. It has 4 wings, 2 on its back and a pair on its head, this one similar to those of bats. He carries a cane with a precious jewel. Skullsatamon is guarding Beelzemon's tower when he notices the Digimon battalion approaching the tower. So, They finally decided to attack. Skullsatamon thought. Attention everyone. Enemies are coming. Digimon, inform the troops. The rest, attack. Following these orders, the evil Digimon charge against the resistance battalion. Both groups collide and the battle begins. While the evil group is bigger, the resistance group is stronger, so they're both equal. Lion's sword. Leomon starts attacking his enemies with his sword. Lekisman starts kicking and punching every enemy he sees. Take this and this. Concentrate. Little by little this will become more difficult, Androman said while punching every enemy. In the distance, about 10 Digimon from the battalion, including Gargomon, aim towards the battlefield. Fire. Gatling arms. Following this order, the group of Digimon starts shooting with long-distance attacks. Gargomon uses his weapons in his hands to shoot. Leomon cuts another of his enemies. Lekisman, behind you. Lekisman turns and sees that they are about to attack him. Moon Knight kick. Lekisman quickly kicks that enemy and destroys it. Thanks. Concentrate on the battle. Leomon scolded. Yeah, sorry. Lekisman continues with his attacks. Suddenly, in their midst, Skullsatamon lands. They're useless, I'll take care of it myself. Androman stands in Skullsatamon's way. I will be your enemy. Both begin to exchange blows. It is time for the humans to begin their infiltration, Leomon thought. Back of the tower, Izuku and the others are about to reach the tower. Very good, so far so good, no enemy in sight, Izuku whispers. You sound like you don't like this plan, Shinso whispers to Izuku. No, I don't like it, I don't like others sacrificing their lives while we're here, Izuku whispers. I don't like it either, but they are sacrificing themselves for their world, let's not let their sacrifice be in vain, Todoroki whispers. They are right, think of it this way, the faster we defeat Beelzemon, the less Digimon will die, Melissa whispers. Izuku nods at that. As the group approaches, they can hear movement in the nearby bushes. Tell me I'm not going crazy and that you heard that too, Kaminari whispers. I heard it too, Izuku said. Silently he approaches the bushes, only for Agumon and Gabumon to fall from them. Agumon, Gabumon. What are you doing here? We come to help. Leomon said that we couldn't join the attack, but he didn't say anything about joining you, Agumon said. I'm sure he also meant that you couldn't come with us, Izuku said. Are you sure? Because I didn't hear him say that, Agumon said. Izuku slaps his face. Izuku, what should we do with them? Melissa asked. After analyzing the situation, Izuku made a decision. This can go very wrong in many ways. Unfortunately, we cannot return to take them to a safe place, and we cannot leave them here either, they will be in great danger. Please tell me you're not suggesting what I'm thinking, Shinso said. We have no choice, they will be safer with us, at least that way we can make sure we keep them safe, Izuku said. After that he turns to see the Digimon duo. Listen, Agumon and Gabumon, you can come with us, but... Really? Alright, come on Gabumon. Izuku couldn't finish speaking as both Digimon ran towards the tower. Wait! Izuku yelled, however the Digimon didn't hear him. Leomon is going to kill me. Let's go guys, Izuku said, and the chosen ones run after the Digimon duo. Inside the tower, last floor, Beelzemon is watching the battle below, suddenly sees two small presences in the back of the tower. Seeing what it is, he can see an Agumon, a Gabumon and 5 humans heading to the back of the tower. Beelzemon is a tall humanoid Digimon with a bird-like mask of a violet material covering the top half of its face, and platinum blonde-colored hair, spiked out in the back. Its attire is similar to that of a human biker, a tight muscle shirt, entirely black that show its muscles and definition, a long-sleeved leather jacket over the t-shirt and had a red bandana wrapped around the left bicep. It wears a pair of leather pants were also worn, the knees of which have knee pads. A pair of leather, steel-toed boots are worn on its feet, with 3 spikes jutting out of the steel-toed area. The boots reach up below the knees with a holster for its berenjena on the left boot. Finally, to complete the look, a scaly tail made entirely of steel stretched out from the tailbone and formed a hole in the leather jeans. Humans. So that's their strategy. Useless, send troops to the back of the tower, we have intruders, Beelzebub said. Yes, Lord Beelzebub, a shadow said, and then left the place. Let's see what these humans have to offer, Beelzebub said. Back of the tower, the chosen ones are following the Digimon duo. They were about to reach the tower. Once in front of it, an enemy Digimon lands in front of them. The Digimon that landed it has a resemblance to a wolf with metallic claws, with purple fur and red markings on the body. It's an Sanglupmon. Let's go, Gabumon, Agumon said. Pepper Breath, Blue Blaster. Both child Digimon attack with their attacks, however Sanglupmon effortlessly destroys them. Guys, come on, Izuku orders, and the chosen ones transform. Evolution. All 5 shout in unison and transform. Agunimon, Lobomon, Paildramon, Kazimon and Beat are ready to fight. 5 of the descendants of the legendary warriors, Sanglupmon said. Inside the tower, last floor, Beelzebub was surprised. Those humans were not expected to carry the power of the legendary warriors, at least 5 of them. Legendary warriors, send reinforcements to the back of the tower, Beelzebub said. Yes, my lord. Sanglupmon attacks Agumon and Gabumon. Izuku manages to save them, meanwhile the rest attack Sanglupmon. Flowery Gust, 2 victors, Meteor Hail, Thunder Fist. The rest use their attacks to destroy Sanglupmon. That was easy, Kaminari said. Suddenly, the outer wall of the tower is destroyed and another 5 Digimon come out of the hole. One is another Sanglupmon. The second is a Chrysalimon. I was hoping I'd never see another one of those, Izuku said. The third is similar to a Divimon, only white in color. That Digimon is an Ice Divimon. The fourth is an Ogremon. The latter is a humanoid dragon Digimon with a single eye and its abnormally developed right arm. That Digimon is a Cyclonemon. You had to say that, right? Shinso said sarcastically at Kaminari's words. Guys, focus. Everyone chooses one. We have to get to Beelzebub, Izuku ordered. And what about us? Agumon asked. You don't intervene. Let us take care of this, Izuku said. Let's go. After these words, each chosen one charges against an enemy. The enemy Digimon do the same. Battle in the tower. Sanglupmon, Chrysalimon, Ice Divimon, Ogremon and Cyclonemon. Those are the 5 Digimon that our chosen ones have to face. They each chose a target and charged at it. Kaminari chose Ogremon. Melissa chose Chrysalimon. Todoroki chose Sanglupmon. Shinso chose Ice Divimon. And Izuku chose Cyclonemon. The fighting has begun. Izuku vs Cyclonemon. Hyper Heat. Cyclonemon expels extremely hot temperature breath from its mouth. Izuku covers himself with his arms and manages to move forward while covering himself. Once near Cyclonemon. Pyro Punch. Izuku hits it with a fire punch. However, aside from the punch, the fire doesn't seem to affect Cyclonemon too much. It seems that we both have some resistance to fire and high temperatures, Izuku thought. Very well. Without fire it will be. Crimson Knuckle, Strength Arm. Both rivals impact their punches. This kicks up some air. Both struggled for a while until Cyclonemon takes Izuku with his other hand and stamps him on the ground several times. Izuku manages to free himself just as he is on top of Cyclonemon and, Blaze Shot. Izuku kicks Cyclonemon in the face, knocking the enemy Digimon back. I forgot that facing a Digimon is different from a villain, Izuku thought before charging back at Cyclonemon. Shinso vs Ice Divimon. Cold Breath. Ice Divimon attacks Shinso with Ice Breath. Shinso dodges the attack and manages to get closer to Ice Divimon. 2 victors. Shinso connects the 2-licked Schwert and attacks Ice Divimon. Frozen Claw. Ice Divimon uses its claws to counter Shinso's attacks. The exchange of attacks continues for several seconds. In that, Ice Divimon manages to stop Shinso's cut and attack him. Ice Punch, hitting him with an ice punch to the stomach. Shinso quickly recovers from the attack just enough to dodge another ice fist from his enemy. Howling Laser, quickly shooting a beam of light at his enemy, causing him to crash into some trees. However, that wasn't enough as Ice Divimon gets up and charges at him again. Todoroki vs Sanglupmon. Todoroki dodges Sanglupmon's multiple attacks, quickly rising into the sky and, Meteor Hail. covering itself with ice, it hits Sanglupmon. The enemy Digimon takes a few steps back. However, Sanglupmon recovers and manages to knock Todoroki with a tackle. Drain Slash, Sanglupmon slashes with a strike filled with darkness. Luckily Todoroki manages to counterattack quickly. Frozen Shards, Todoroki shoots ice shards from his mouth and manages send Sanglupmon flying and crashing against the ground. Drain Slash, Sanglupmon attacks. Todoroki manages to dodge the slash and strike back again. Ice Age, the ice ray hits Sanglupmon, however he manages to resist it and not freeze. Drain Slash, Sanglupmon attacks again and this time the slash manages to hit Todoroki. Todoroki quickly gets up and charges Sanglupmon again. Melissa vs. Chrysalimon. Chrysalimon attacks Melissa with its tentacles, which have blades at the end of them. The girl, thanks to her agility, manages to dodge the Digimon's attacks. Hurricane Waves. Melissa attacks with her tornadoes, however Chrysalimon resists the attack. Chrysalimon strikes again. While Melissa dodges Chrysalimon's tentacles, she manages to kick the enemy Digimon several times. In one of those kicks, she manages to knock Chrysalimon down. Melissa was about to land another kick, but Chrysalimon quickly composes itself and shoots. Unconnect Buster, Chrysalimon fires a laser that hits the girl squarely. Melissa falls to the ground but quickly gets up and takes flight to dodge another enemy laser. Quickly dodging more of her enemy's attacks, Melissa walks up to Chrysalimon and manages to give it a series of quick kicks. However, Chrysalimon takes advantage of this and manages to grab Melissa by the arms and legs. Chrysalimon prepares another laser, but Melissa thinks fast and starts to spin, and with this she manages to free herself from Chrysalimon's grip at the same time that she manages to stamp him on the ground. However, this does not seem to stop her enemy. Chrysalimon gets up from the ground. Kaminari vs. Ogremon. Ogremon attacks with his mace several times against Kaminari, who manages to defend himself effectively from the attacks with his arms. In one of those, Ogremon raises his club to deliver a strong attack. Kaminari dodges back and the attack destroys a bit of the ground. Kaminari covers his fists with electricity and begins to attack Ogremon with his fists. He begins to defend himself with his mallet. In one of these attacks Ogremon manages to deflect a punch. This leaves Kaminari exposed. Bone Mace. Ogremon manages to hit Kaminari's head with a heavy blow from his mace. This makes Kaminari take a few steps back. Pummel Whack. Ogremon then fires dark energy from its fist. Seeing this attack approaching, Kaminari counters with an attack of his own. Lightning Blitz, quickly emitting a powerful stream of lightning from his horn. Both attacks collide and create a smokescreen, from which Ogremon quickly emerges and tries to attack Kaminari again with his mace. This time Kaminari dodges the attack by ducking and, covering his right fist with electricity, hits Ogremon in the stomach, who is electrocuted and sent flying. With difficulty Ogremon gets up. I take back what I said on the license exam. This power is awesome. Kaminari said before charging against Ogremon, who does the same. With the battalion, things in front of the tower are still in a similar situation. The enemies were many, but reinforcements have stopped arriving, while on the side of the rebel battalion they have lost 10 of them, now only 20 of them remain. Andromon is knocked down by Skullsatamon, who begins to choke him with one of his hands. Andromon is unable to free himself from the grip, but suddenly, Fist of the Beast King, an attack in the shape of a lion's head, hits Skullsatamon's back. The cause of this attack is Liamon. Releasing Andromon, Skullsatamon points his staff at Liamon. Nail Bone, Skullsatamon fires a powerful light from the jewel at the end of its staff, hitting Liamon and sending him flying. After this attack Skullsatamon is attacked by several shots. These are from Gargomon, who after seeing what happened with Liamon attacks Skullsatamon with his Gatlings. However, these attacks are resisted by Skullsatamon, who with another shot also sends Gargomon flying. No! Lekisman screams and then attacks Skullsatamon with several kicks and punches. These are easily dodged by Skullsatamon, who knocks Lekisman down with his staff. Taking advantage of this, Skullsatamon attacks Lekisman on the ground with the bottom of his staff. Lekisman manages to stop this attack with his hands. Here both begin to struggle. Suddenly Lekisman lets out a scream and manages to push Skullsatamon as he begins to glow in data. Lekisman digivolves to Cressemon. Cressemen is based on the mythological moon rabbit and holds the Nova Luna blades in its hand and a moon shield in the other. You digivolved, that doesn't change anything. Skullsatamon shoots at the now Cressemen, who covers himself with his shield. Skullsatamon stops shooting and charges at Cersemon and tries to hit him with his staff. Cressemen uses his shield to block 2 attacks from Skullsatamon and counters with a simple vertical slash with his Nova Luna blades. Skullsatamon tries to block the attack with his staff in a horizontal position, however the attack was strong enough to break the staff. After several seconds without moving, Skullsatamon falls to the ground and explodes in data. Cressemen lets out a sigh. In that Leomon arrives. Lekisman. In fact, it's Cressemen now. Cressemen said. I can see. I'm glad to have another perfect Digimon in our ranks. Leomon says. In that Andromon and Gargomon join them. All right, we have to keep holding on. The Chosen must be close to Beelzemon. With the Chosen Ones, Melissa stands at a distance from a Chrysalimon rising from the ground. It's pretty sturdy. Just then, a noise catches his attention. It is Izuku who, in the air, with his arms crossed in X, covers himself from a punch from Cyclonemon. By the force of the impact, Izuku is propelled backwards and stops right next to Melissa. Izuku, Melissa said without looking away from Chrysalimon. Melissa, Izuku said without looking away from Cyclonemon. Cyclonemon and Chrysalimon charge against their respective enemy. Melissa and Izuku exchange looks and without saying anything they smile and nod their heads. Once Chrysalimon and Cyclonemon were close, they both turned 180 degrees, taking their rivals by surprise. Pyro Punch. Hurricane Wave. And attacking the opposing rival, Izuku hits Chrysalimon with a Fire Fist and Melissa hits Tornadoes against Cyclonemon. After this, they both smile at each other again and separate to face their new targets. Izuku vs. Chrysalimon. Chrysalimon attacks Izuku with his tentacles, however, with punches and kicks, he manages to repel his opponent's attacks, approaching little by little. Once close, Salmon Rider Kick. Izuku hits Chrysalimon with a fire kick, which flies out and crashes into the wall of the tower, breaking it. Izuku smiles at this, thinking he has defeated his enemy, however Chrysalimon emerges from the rubble of the wall. Enough. Now I am furious. Chrysalimon digivolves too. Chrysalimon starts to glow and several seconds later its appearance is different. Infamon. Infamon is a white metal spider-like Digimon. Its 6 legs and head are connected to its body by cables. It digivolved, Izuku thought. The now Infamon charges at Izuku, who is unable to react and is hit several times by Infamon. Izuku manages to stay on his feet and dodges another round of attacks. Spider Shooter. From his mouth, Infamon begins to shoot energy balls at Izuku, who begins to dodge. To his bad luck, the last one manages to hit him. Izuku barely gets up but is greeted by another attack from Infamon. Cocoon Crash. Infamon rams him with its body and sends him flying. In the air, Izuku recovers and lands on his feet. Alright, it's time to level up. Izuku thought as he dodged another Infamon attack. Agunimon Slide digivolved to Burning Greymon. Izuku, now transformed into Burning Greymon, charges Infamon, and close to him he begins to hit him several times. Infamon contracts towards his body to cover himself from Izuku's blows. After finishing the flurry of blows, Izuku hits Infamon with one last blow which makes his opponent fall to the ground, and after that he points his Rudria Darpana, the weapons that he has in his arms, against Infamon, Corona Blaster, and then fires lasers from the Rudria Darpana. Once the laser hits Infamon, raises a smoke screen. However, when it disappears, Infamon's body is still there. Infamon sticks its head and legs out from inside its body to reveal that it was intact from the attack. His defense is very high. I need to break it somehow, Izuku thought. Shinso vs. Ice Divimon. Shinso connects both light short swords to make a double-edged sword and starts deflecting Icy Divimon's icicle attacks. Quickly starting to rotate his sword in circles, he starts to deflect all the icicles as he advances towards Ice Divimon. Once close, Shinso tries to attack Ice Divimon with a slash, however Ice Divimon manages to block it with an Ice Fist. Ice Divimon freezes both of his hands and starts attacking Shinso with his claws. Meanwhile, the boy uses his swords to block Icy Divimon's attacks. This exchange continues for several seconds until in one of those Shinso manages to break Icy Divimon's guard and, separating both swords, attacks his enemy. Lobo Kendo. Light Victor Alpha. Shinso lands an attack with a sword. Beta lands the attack with the other sword. Upsilon lands an attack with both swords. After these attacks, Ice Diviman falls to the ground, but Shinso doesn't end there. Howling Laser. To finish, he uses his weapon on his left arm to fire a laser of light at Ice Diviman, who receives the attack. Once the smoke lifts, Ice Diviman can be seen starting to glow. Ice Diviman digivolves to Myotisman. Ice Diviman has digivolved. Myotisman is dressed elegantly like a gentleman, and its looks and mannerisms are styled after a vampire. It has a red mark of evil on its shoulders, black marks of evil on its hands, and a silver mark of evil on its right foot. Night Raid. From his cloak, the now Myotisman releases a flock of bats that attack Shinso, who uses his swords to destroy the attacking bats. However, this is just a distraction as Myotisman appears behind him. Blood Punch, and starts hitting Shinso with continuous strikes using both hands, causing Shinso to fly out and crash into a tree. Shinso with difficulty gets up. Very good, if you digivolve, I will too. Lobomon Slide digivolve to Kendo Garuruman. Shinso, now transformed into Kendo Garuruman, charges at Myotisman, spreads his claymore wings and starts spinning in circles to attack Myotisman with his claymore. Seeing this, Myotisman creates a blood whip to counter Shinso's attacks. When Shinso gets close enough, Myotisman attacks with the whip and manages to drive him away. This is repeated several times until in one of those exchanges Myotisman's whip breaks and Shinso manages to hit Myotisman. After this blow, Myotisman falls to the ground and Shinso, due to the inertia of the attack, is propelled into the air, and being in the air, Lupine Laser fires a beam of light from its mouth which hits Myotisman and raises a smoke screen. Kaminari vs. Ogreman. Kaminari's fist and Ogreman's fist collide, raising some air in the process. Ogreman tries to hit Kaminari with his Maxa, but this attack is blocked. Kaminari tries to hit Ogreman with a kick, but Ogreman dodges the attack by ducking. Ogreman takes advantage of his position to swing his mallet upwards at Kaminari, who was disoriented by the attack. Pummel Whack. Ogreman then fires dark energy from its fist. This time Kaminari can't dodge the attack and gets hit by it. However, this does not make Kaminari back down, and, when the smoke clears, he is still standing. Quickly surrounding his fists of electricity, he charges towards Ogreman and, once close to him, he jumps. Jumping Thor Hammer. Clasping his hands together while charging electricity in the air, then dynamically swings them down and hits Ogreman, who tried to cover himself with his mace but was unfortunately broken by the attack. Managing to hit Ogreman on the head, Kaminari then takes him from behind and, Punishment Shock, begins to release a large amount of lightning which electrocutes Ogreman until it explodes in data. Finally, 1 down, 4 to go. Todoroki vs. Sanglupmon. Todoroki, from the air, shoots several pieces of ice at his rival. However, he uses his blades to destroy them. Damn. I can't do much damage from afar. I have to get close, but I'll need to avoid his blades, Todoroki thought. Sticker Blade. Sanglupmon uses several blades and throws them at Todoroki. Todoroki manages to dodge the blades. However, this was a distraction and Sanglupmon takes advantage of this and jumps up to Todoroki and attacks him with several cuts. After the last cut, Sanglupmon hits Todoroki with his paw so that he crashes to the ground. Sanglupmon lands and charges at Todoroki, who barely manages to dodge an attack from Sanglupmon. Ice Age. Todoroki spins in the air and fires an ice ray at Sanglupmon. With this attack he manages to freeze his opponent and then hit him with several punches and kicks which make Sanglupmon fly away. Sanglupmon recovers in the air and points his knives at the place where Todoroki was, but to his surprise Todoroki was not there. Suddenly Todoroki appears behind him and, Meteor Hail. He hits it with his ice-wrapped body like a meteor, then creates 2 ice swords in his hands and splits Sanglupmon in half. Sanglupmon explodes in data. Melissa vs. Cyclonemon. Cyclonemon attacks Melissa with his right arm. However, thanks to her agility, Melissa is able to dodge the attacks by flipping. In one of those attacks Melissa manages to get under Cyclonemon and with an upward kick manages to hit him in the face. However, Cyclonemon does not back down and counterattacks with his left arm, managing to hit Melissa. The girl in the air manages to compose herself. Hurricane Wave. Using his vantage point to fire several tornadoes at Cyclonemon, Cyclonemon covers himself with his arms, blocking his view. Which Melissa takes advantage of to stand in front of Cyclonemon. Rosy Thunderstorm, quickly hitting it with a barrage of kicks and finishing with a backflip kick. This stuns Cyclonemon, and Melissa decides to continue the attack. Tempest Twits, performing a handstand, Melissa unleashes a whirlwind kick and finishes with an axe kick which completely drifts Cyclonemon and even destroys the ground a bit. Melissa jumps up and away from Cyclonemon, who barely gets to his feet. Melissa quickly charges in with a kick at Cyclonemon, who still seems disoriented. However, Cyclonemon catches Melissa's kick. Enough, Cyclonemon starts to glow. Cyclonemon digivolves to Megadramon. Megadramon is an orange-brown dragon with blue hair and yellow eyes. It has 2 tattered purple wings with some parts stitched, 2 arms and no legs. It wears a black metallic helmet with 2 triangular horns extruding from the back of it on its head, and a black robotic gauntlet with 3 large metal claws on each of its arms, from which blue organic missiles are fired. Each of the shark-like organic missile has 2 arms, 6 red fins, a white nose tip, a mouth full of sharp teeth, but no eyes. With Melissa's legs still supported, Megadramon rises into the air and begins to spin before letting Melissa crash to the ground, quickly pointing both arms at her. Genocide attack, Megadramon fires countless organic missiles from both of its arms towards Melissa. The girl barely gets up and begins to dodge the missiles. To her bad luck, the last one hits quite close to her that the shock wave affects her. Megadramon appears next to her and with a strong blow from his arm sends her to fly and crash to the ground. Megadramon points his arms at the girl again. Genocide, Megadramon doesn't finish as an ice beam and lightning hit his back. Kaminari, Beat and Todoroki, Paledramon land on his back. They were the attackers. Melissa recovers and joins them. It seems that he digivolved, but the 3 of us can against him. Todoroki said, "Let's go." The trio charges at Megadramon and begins to attack, Megadramon being able to defend quite well against the trio's coordinated hits. However, little by little he was losing ground. Kaminari and Melissa managed to hit him in the stomach, causing him to recoil slightly. Todoroki takes advantage of this and hits him with his Meteor Hail attack to knock him to the ground. Kaminari. Todoroki yells before rising into the air. Kaminari does the same. Ice Age. Lightning Blitz. Both attack with their respective attacks, Todoroki with an ice beam and Kaminari with a powerful beam from his horn. Megadramon covers himself from the attacks with his arms. Then jump and dodge another attack from both. "You will never beat me," Megadramon taunts his rivals. However, he did not realize that someone was on top of him. "Don't forget about me," Melissa said from above Megadramon, and with an axe kick to Megadramon's head he slammed him to the ground. Todoroki. Kaminari. Melissa indicates and the 3 prepare their final attack. Ice Age. Lightning Blitz. Hurricane Wave. Kaminari's beam, Todoroki's ice beam, and Melissa's tornadoes hit Megadramon, causing it to explode into data. The 3 of them sigh in relief and sit for a moment to catch their breath. "I guess that makes 3, Melissa said. "Yes, it only remains for Midoriya and Shinso to finish off their enemies," Todoroki said. "That and that we still have to face Beelzemon," Kaminari said. "Do not remind me that," Melissa said. "Come on, we have to help Midoriya and Shinso," Todoroki said, so that after the trio went to help their friends. Shinso vs. Myotismon. Myotismon charges at Shinso and attempts to hit him with a heavy punch. However, Shinso manages to dodge the blow by quickly rolling behind Myotismon. Preparing his claymore, Shinso charges at Myotismon and manages to cut his back, which also cuts the Digimon's cape. Myotismon, angry, turns around and sends another horde of bats at Shinso. However, this time Shinso is prepared. With his claymore he starts to circle and destroy all the bats. Seeing this, Myotismon, desperate, attacks Shinso with a punch, who is finishing destroying the bats. Blood Punch. The fist was about to hit Shinso, but from 1 second to the next, the fist is caught by Shinso's mouth, and although Myotismon tries to break free, the grip is very strong, and then, Lupine Laser, Shinso fires a beam of light from his mouth at point-blank range and manages to destroy Myotismon. Izuku vs. Infamon. Inframan fires at Izuku, who covers himself with his Rudria Drapana from the attacks. Approaching little by little, Inframan hides again in his body when he sees that Izuku prepares another attack. Drag Fanger. Izuku surrounds himself with fire and performs a charging tackle while covered in flames. Izuku hits Inframan's body, but Inframan manages to resist the attack. However, Izuku doesn't give up and starts releasing as much fire as he can. This begins to warm up Inframan, who has no choice but to go out his body. Seeing this, Izuku attacks. Atomic Corona Blaster, shooting a large amount of fire from his Rudria Darpana at Inframan, which this time is affected by the attacks. Inframan barely recovers, but Izuku doesn't give him time to do anything as he has his final attack ready. Wildfire Tsunami. Izuku sets his whole body on fire, then releases a high-temperature tornado by flapping the fire wings. The tornado hits Inframan, who is unable to resist the attack, and then explodes into data. It's over, we just need to get to Beelzemon, Izuku thought after defeating his enemy. Wow, that was awesome! An excited Agumon, accompanied by an equally excited Gabumon, said as he approached Izuku. You defeated them all. Agumon, Gabumon, I see that you are okay, Izuku said. We stayed hidden like you said, and we were able to watch the fights. You guys were amazing, Gabumon said. In that, the rest of the chosen ones arrive with Izuku. Izuku. Midoriya. Guys, I see that you also managed to win your battles, Izuku said. Now only Beelzemon is left, Shinso said. We're already late enough. It's time to end this, Izuku said. Agumon, Gabumon, this time please stay close to us. Yes, both Digimon said. Alright, let's go, Izuku says, and they all proceed to enter the tower through the hole that Izuku made when Inframan crashed into the tower. At the moment of entering, everyone is surprised by the emptiness of the tower. Weird, there's no one, Todoroki said. Maybe everyone is facing Leomon's battalion, Melissa said. Then we must hurry. The sooner we defeat Beelzemon, the sooner this battle ends, Kaminari said. You have to take advantage of the fact that the tower is empty to go fast, Shinso said. I agree, let's go, Izuku said. However, in his mind he was surprised by the situation. I have a bad feeling about this. The chosen ones plus the two Digimon begin to climb the stairs to reach Beelzemon, going up floor after floor, and to their surprise all the floors are empty, increasing Izuku's suspicions. Several minutes, and floors. Then the boys reach the penultimate floor, but it was completely dark. Strange. It seems that someone put out the torches. I'm going to, Izuku started to say, but suddenly stopped talking, worrying his friends, especially because they couldn't see anything. Izuku, are you all right? What happened? Melissa said in a worried tone. Damn, where? Shinso said, but just like Izuku, he suddenly stopped talking. Shinso, Kaminari, light up the place, Todoroki said. Kaminari starts to generate electricity and lights up the place, and to their surprise, both Izuku and Shinso are nowhere to be found. Where are they? They disappeared in seconds, Kaminari said. What is happening? Agumon said. This can't be good, Gabumon said. Suddenly laughter can be heard. Are you looking for your friends? A figure lands in front of them. The figure is a humanoid Digimon designed after the jester archetype. It wears a flamboyant, multicolored outfit as well as a mask hiding most of its facial features, blue ribbons on its outfit and a scarf around his neck. It has 4 swords on the magic box on its back, the pommels of which are designed after the 4 traditional suits for playing cards, clubs, diamonds, hearts, and spades. Another Digimon, Todoroki said. Is that Beelzemon? Kaminari asked. Where are Izuku and Shinso? Melissa asked. The enemy Digimon laughs. Let me introduce myself. I am Piedmon, Beelzemon's second in command. The Digimon, now identified as Piedmon, said, in that he pulls something out of his belt. As for your friends, well, let's say I added them to my collection. Piedmon shows what he has in his hand. They were 2 keyrings with the shapes of Izuku, Burning Greymon, and Shinso Kendo Geruruman. But don't worry, soon you will join them. After this, Piedmon charges against the rest of the chosen ones. Agumon, Gabumon, hide, Todoroki said before he Melissa, and Kaminari, dodged Piedmon's attack. Seeing this, Piedmon draws 3 of his 4 swords, Trump's sword, and launches them against the chosen ones, and to the surprise of the 3 the swords begin to follow them. They don't have enough power yet. This will be very simple, Piedmon says, and suddenly appears behind Todoroki. Clown trick. Using a white blanket, he covers Todoroki and transforms him into a keychain just like Izuku and Shinso. Todoroki, Melissa said at the moment of deflecting Piedmon's sword with a kick. Quickly heading towards Piedmon and trying to attack with an axe kick. However, Piedmon easily dodges the attack and manages to catch Melissa and turn her into a keychain. In that he turns to see Kaminari, who also deflects Piedmon's sword. Suddenly Piedmon appears in front of Kaminari, who tries to defend himself by throwing a lightning bolt at him. However, Piedmon manages to capture him and turn him into a keychain as well. Putting them all on his belt, Piedmon laughs. Too easy. Lord Beelzemon will reward me well for this. Piedmon was about to leave, however someone stops him. Stop. They were Agumon and Gabumon. We won't let you take them. Piedmon laughs. Ha ha ha, please. What's this? A joke. You won't be able to beat me even if I let you beat me, Piedmon said. Shut up. We are strong too. Come on, Gabumon. After these words, Agumon and Gabumon charge against Piedmon. Unfortunately, Piedmon without any difficulty dodges all the attacks that both Digimon throw at him and then kicks them away. Both Digimon get up. We are not defeated yet, and charge again. It would be as easy as attacking them with any attack, but I'll have a little fun with them, Piedmon thought. The same situation is repeated. Agumon and Gabumon try to attack Piedmon and he easily dodges them and then hits them away. This situation is repeated several times until Piedmon gets bored. Alright, I'm bored now. It's time to destroy them. Gabumon and Agumon with difficulty get up. We are also strong, Agumon hardly said. We will not give up, Gabumon hardly said. Both with a shout charge for the last time against Piedmon, who draws one of his swords to destroy both. However, halfway Agumon and Gabumon begin to shine. What? Don't tell me they're. Agumon warp Digivolve too. Gabumon warp Digivolve too. Both Digimon scream in unison and the glow gets stronger until after a few seconds the glow ends and instead of Agumon and Gabumon there are other Digimon. War Greymon. Metal Garurumon. Agumon has Digivolved to War Greymon. War Greymon is a tall reptilian Digimon with a humanoid body structure. Like other Greymon species Digimon, it has Tyrannosaurus Rex-like features, but unlike other Greymon species Digimon, its back is not angled, giving it a human-like posture. It has orange scales covering most of its body. The only exception is its face, which is covered in gray metal, with 1 spike on its nose, 2 spikes behind its eyes, and spiky red hair on the back of its head. The shin guards, cuirass, and spiked yellow shoulder pads it wears are held in place by thick, red cable-like ropes. It holds 2 large, yellow 3-clawed gauntlets in its hands. The brave shield it carries on its back is emblazoned with the crest of courage. Gabumon has Digivolved to Metal Garurumon. Metal Garurumon is a quadrupedal cyborg lupine automated all over the body, encased in dark blue metal. Weapons systems, like missiles, ammo, and lasers are hidden inside its body, and on its front limbs rests a pair of rocket launchers. It wears a dark blue helmet with 2 teeth in between with a pair of scoots on the back, and on its snout is a red nose and contains 4 laser sights. Its metallic joints have 3 spikes and its back emerge blade-like wings that release light energy. It has a blade-like tail, and its neck underbelly is coated in yellow-plated metal, and the area that launches a missile has Gabumon's chest symbol. Like most of the Garurumon species Digimon, areas of its body have a striped dark and light blue motif. Impossible. They jumped straight to the mega level. How the hell did you do that? Piedmon said. I don't know, but the actions of those humans, sacrificing themselves for our world, gave us the courage to face anything, War Greymon said. Not only that, despite only knowing them for a short time, we consider them our friends and we will do whatever it takes to help our friends, Metal Garurumon said. Does not matter. You will die here, Piedmon said before charging against Metal Garurumon and War Greymon. Drawing 2 of his swords he starts to attack both. However, Both Digimon manage to block his attacks, War Greymon using his gauntlets and Metal Garurumon separating one of his wings to use it as a sword, holding it with his mouth. After several exchanges of attacks, Piedmon takes a few steps back, however War Greymon takes advantage of this and attacks Piedmon with his gauntlets, but does not attack Piedmon directly. With his gauntlets he cuts his belt and takes the keychains of the chosen ones. Metal Garurumon, War Greymon says before jumping back and leaving Metal Garurumon free to attack. Metal Wolf Claw. Metal Garurumon spews cold air at absolute zero that completely freezes Piedmon. Lastly, Great Tornado. War Greymon spins at tremendous speed like a tornado and launches itself at Piedmon, destroying it completely. After Piedmon is destroyed, the keychains begin to glow, and the chosen ones return to their normal forms. What? Izuku says as he looks around. The chosen ones look around and are surprised to see War Greymon and Metal Garurumon. Who are you? Izuku said. It's us, Agumon and Gabumon, only we managed to digivolve. I am War Greymon now. War Greymon said. And I am Metal Garurumon now. Metal Garurumon said. That's great. Melissa said. Now we are more to be able to face Beelzemon. Shinso said. Yes, now that we have digivolved, we can help. Metal Garurumon said. That's great, but we have to continue, Beelzemon is on the next floor, Todoroki said. Right, come on, War Greymon, Metal Garurumon, you also come with us, Izuku said. After these words, the team, now 7, goes up to the top floor. Upon arrival they realize that the floor is empty, except for a throne. On that throne sits Beelzemon. At last, you have arrived. I knew Piedmon was going to screw it up. 5 of the 10 legendary warriors. Plus, 2 mega-level Digimon. Beelzemon said as he got up from the throne. All right, let's get this started. After these words, with incredible speed, Beelzemon disappears and appears behind everyone, and with his weapons pointed at War Greymon and Metal Garurumon shoots, sending both Digimon flying and crashing into the walls of the tower. Very well. Let's see what you are capable of, legendary warriors. A royal victory. At last, you have arrived. I knew Piedmon was going to screw it up. 5 of the 10 legendary warriors. Plus, 2 mega-level Digimon. Beelzemon said as he got up from the throne. All right, let's get this started. After these words, with incredible speed, Beelzemon disappears and appears behind everyone, and with his weapons pointed at War Greymon and Metal Garurumon shoots, sending both Digimon flying and crashing into the walls of the tower. Very well. Let's see what you are capable of, legendary warriors. Let's go. Izuku says and the chosen 5 charge at Beelzemon. The 5 of them try to hit Beelzemon, however, he, without much effort, dodges every attack that is thrown at him. Kaminari covers his fists with electricity and tries to hit Beelzemon with them, however Beelzemon dodges all his attacks and knees him in the face sending him flying and crashing into the wall. Melissa attacks with several quick kicks, however this does not seem to be a problem for Beelzemon either since he easily dodges the attacks and with a blow to the stomach sends Melissa flying and crashing into the wall of the room. Todoroki throws icicles at Beelzemon but Beelzemon, with his speed, dodges the projectiles and, with a kick, sends Todoroki flying, crashing into the throne, breaking it. Izuku and Shinso turn to see where their friends fell and to their surprise, they were all unconscious and in their human forms again, this left them in shock. Beelzemon with a single blow, each one, has just defeated their friends. Is that all his power? Pathetic. Beelzemon said. You're next. After these words, Beelzemon appears behind both, Izuku and Shinso and with a kick each sends them flying and crashing into the wall. But to Beelzemon's surprise, Izuku and Shinso recover from the attack and charge at him. Beelzemon smiles, finally a challenge. Izuku and Shinso coordinate and start attacking Beelzemon with different blows, however Beelzemon dodges and blocks all the attacks. Quickly both boys back up and prepare for an attack. Corona Blaster. Lupine Laser. Both boys attack with their respective ranged attacks, Beelzemon doesn't even move and receives the attacks squarely. Once the smoke from the explosion disperses, Beelzemon can be seen practically unharmed. That's it. Disappointing. Suddenly, Beelzemon appears behind both boys and shoots both of them with his weapons, causing them to fall to the ground some distance from Beelzemon, returning to their human forms in the process. Izuku and Shinso try to get up again, but they were very tired. Interesting. You two are still conscious. Unlike the other three. Beelzemon said with slight surprise, even so he returns to aim at the boys, who can barely get up. Well, that doesn't matter. Now die. Beelzemon fires, however something gets between the shots and their targets. Once the smoke clears you can see the shield of courage covering both boys. The shield returns to its owner, War Greymon, who, along with Metal Geruruman, is standing in front of the boys, protecting them from Beelzemon. We won't let you keep hurting them, War Greymon said. Now we will be your rivals, Metal Geruruman said. Beelzemon laughs. Very well. Show me what you are capable of. With their speed, War Greymon and Metal Geruruman appear at Beelzemon's side and attack him. War Greymon with his gauntlets and Metal Geruruman using one of his wings as a sword. Beelzemon, with his hands, catches both attacks. The three Digimon are struggling. That's all you have, Beelzemon said. No, this was just a warm-up. Let's go, Metal Geruruman, War Greymon said. Yes, Metal Geruruman said. Beelzemon can feel his arms beginning to give way under the pressure of his enemies, quickly letting go of both and barely dodging both attacks. The three begin to exchange blows. After several useless exchanges of blows, as they were all blocked or dodged by both sides, Beelzemon jumps back and lands in a fighting stance. Come on, Beelzemon says, and both Digimon charge against him again. Another exchange of blows occurs. In the same way neither side manages to damage the other, but in one of these exchanges, Beelzemon manages to kick Metal Geruruman and move him away for a moment, and the fight, for a few moments, turns into a one-on-one. War Greymon and Beelzemon exchange attacks, punches, kicks and blocks are exchanged, neither managing to land a hit on the other. However, War Greymon finally manages to land two punches, one after another, against Beelzemon, who only gets angry when taking damage. You basta! Beelzemon doesn't finish yelling as Metal Geruruman interrupted by tackling him away from War Greymon. Both partners exchange smiles. Beelzemon quickly recovers and drawing his pistols charges at both Digimon again. Another exchange of attacks occurs again. Heartbreak shot. Beelzemon fires a powerful shot at his rivals, however it is dodged and destroys a wall of the tower. Garuru Tomahawk. Metal Geruruman fires a missile from his chest, which is dodged by Beelzemon, destroying a part of the ceiling. War Driver. War Greymon, taking advantage of Beelzemon being distracted by his partner's missile, builds up energy in its claws and strikes Beelzemon, managing to hit him and make him go through the roof of the tower and fly out of it. Outside the tower. The battle outside the tower is over, the resistance side having won, losing only 8 Digimon in the process. Suddenly the explosion from the roof catches everyone's attention. Beelzemon flies out of it, who, before hitting the ground, recovers and lands on his feet. Everyone is surprised to see him. However, their surprise would be greater when they see War Greymon and Metal Geruruman arrive. Leomon, are they? Androman asked Leomon. Leomon smiles. Yes, it's them. War Greymon stands in front of Metal Geruruman. Are you ready? Metal Geruruman asked. Let's do it, War Greymon said. Metal Geruruman opens various compartments of its body. Grace Cross Freezer, and from these, several missiles are fired towards Beelzemon. Beelzemon jumps and starts to fly, hoping to dodge the missiles, however they start to follow him. With no other choice, Beelzemon shoots all the missiles and destroys them before they can hurt him. However, some explode very close to him, that manage to cause slight damage to his body. Once all the missiles are destroyed, Beelzemon can be seen to have several wounds on his body. Bastards! How dare they hurt me? Thanks to his reflexes, Beelzemon manages to dodge an attack from War Greymon, who tried to hit him below with his gauntlets. Don't think you can take me by surprise, Beelzemon said. However, Metal Geruruman appears above War Greymon, his attack ready to fire. Garuru Tomahawk, firing a missile from his chest which manages to hit Beelzemon, sending him crashing to the ground. However, Beelzemon quickly recovers, emerging from the ground with fury in his eyes. However, The attacks don't end here, it's Wargreymann's turn. Gaia Force, creating a gigantic ball of energy between his hands and throwing it at Beelzemon. Once the ball reaches Beelzemon, he tries to stop it with his hands, however the power was great enough that Beelzemon began to give in to the power. This is impossible. I refuse to accept defeat. Crest of Gluttony. Give me your power. After shouting this, in the sky a yellow symbol appears. It is the symbol of the Crest of Gluttony. After this crest appears, Beelzemon gradually manages to repel the Gaia Force and destroy it with his bare hands, surprising his rivals. He wasn't using his full power, Metal Geruruman said. Ha ha ha. Beelzemon laughed maniacally as all his wounds were healed. Wargreymon and Metal Geruruman charge against Beelzemon, however their attacks do not hit anything. To their surprise Beelzemon was not there, it was behind him. He moved at a speed that not even they could see. Aiming his weapons at both Digimon, Beelzemon unleashes 2 6-shot bursts from each weapon which hit his enemies and sends them flying, crashing to the ground, and leaving them very weak, but not destroying them. Damn it, we have to help them. Following Leomon's words, the entire battalion attacks Beelzemon. However, Beelzemon without any difficulty dispatches the entire battalion with a single hit to each Digimon, leaving them all on the ground, greatly weakened. Beelzemon points one of his weapons at Leomon, but before firing 2 attacks, one of light and the other of fire, they hit his back, without doing any damage. Turning to see, Beelzemon sees that Izuku and Shinso, in their Agunimon and Lobomon forms respectively, were behind him. You still have energy, huh? In the blink of an eye Beelzemon hits both chosen ones and leaves them lying on the ground and returning them to their human forms, quickly aiming both pistols at them. I must admit humans, you fought with honor and for that I respect you. I'll make sure to tell the rest of the demon lords about you. After I kill you. Without thinking twice Beelzemon fires, however 2 Digimon stand between the boys and the shoots. Wargreymon protected Izuku and Metal Geruruman protected Shinso, taking the shots instead. They both fall to the ground. Wargreymon, Metal Geruruman, Izuku and Shinso scream in horror. How stupid. Instead of taking the opportunity to attack me, they decide to sacrifice themselves for these humans. Beelzemon sneers. Shut up. Izuku said. You have no right to talk about them. And what if I do? Beelzemon said. You'll pay for it, Shinso said. Don't make me laugh. All their allies have fallen, and the strongest among their ranks are about to die. Beelzemon said. Admit it, you lost. Of course not. As long as there is a single person or Digimon standing against you, Izuku started. Then we haven't lost. Shinso finishes the sentence. These words echo. Suddenly Wargreymon and Metal Geruruman open their eyes. They both begin to shine and release a very great power, so great that even Beelzemon could not move. This power is impossible. Wargreymon, Metal Geruruman, Jogress Digivolve 2. Both Digimon dissolve into data and merge into one, forming a single body. Omegamon. Omegamon is a bipedal knight Digimon with blue eyes and equipped with white armor. Its helmet has a white spike in the front and 2 yellow spikes in the back. It has the combined symbol of the crests of courage and friendship on its chest, surrounded by purple stripes. It bears the crest of courage on the brave shield Omega on its left shoulder, while its left hand ends with a Wargreymon head, from which the gray sword emerges. Its right shoulder has purple spikes, while its right hand is a Metal Geruruman head, from which the Garuru cannon emerges. It also wears a white cape, the inside of which is red. An Omegamon. No, it's not just any Omegamon, you're the Royal Knight Omegamon, Beelzemon said with a slight fear in his voice. Omegamon doesn't say anything, he just watches his enemy. Beelzemon fires repeatedly at him, however, without appearing to move, Omegamon dodges all the shots. Seeing this, Beelzemon tries to escape by flying away very fast, however everything was left in the attempt, since Omegamon appeared in front of him. Transcendent sword, and with a single cut with the gray sword cuts Beelzemon in 2. Beelzemon is completely in shock, however this does not end here. Omegamon points the Garuru cannon towards Beelzemon. Supreme Cannon, and shoot Beelzemon point blank, destroying it completely. Gluttony's crest turns gray, as if fading, and disappears from the sky. The demon lord of gluttony has been defeated. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. After several minutes of rest and the rest of the chosen ones regained consciousness, they all met in front of Omegamon, who wanted to talk to everyone. So, all this time, you were a royal knight, Leomon said. That's correct. Omegamon said. And why did you never say it? Crescemon asked. Because we didn't remember. Omegamon answered. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Hearing this question, Omegamon kneels before Izuku and his friends. Before answering that question, I would like to apologize to you. Why? Shinso asked. It's my fault that Lusamon came to your world in the first place, Omegamon said. Don't worry, Lusamon took you by surprise and used your power to go to our world. It's not your fault, Melissa said. No, that's not how it happened. I was the one who discovered the way to go to your world, Omegamon said. This surprised everyone. So, how come Lusamon? Todoroki asked. When I discovered that form, the rest of the knights went to tell Yggdrasil about the discovery. I stayed to protect the portal to his world. However, Lusamon took me by surprise, destroyed me and went to his world. Because of my carelessness your world is almost destroyed. If it hadn't been for the legendary warriors. A regretful Omegamon said. Don't worry, like Melissa said, it's not your fault, Izuku said. That's right bro, don't torment yourself anymore for that, Kaminari said. If it helps, we forgive you, Izuku said. The rest of the chosen ones nod in agreement. Thank you, now I see why the legendary warriors chose you, Omegamon said as he stood up again. And to answer the question why Agumon and Gabumon didn't remember who they really were, it's because Lusamon didn't completely destroy me. I managed to survive by returning my Agumon and Gabumon forms, however I lost my memories. That explains a lot, Leomon said. But well, that doesn't matter anymore. The good thing is that we have all the royal knights back. I am afraid that is false, Omegamon said. Now that I've regained my Omegamon form, Yggdrasil's orders and announcements are reaching me. Unfortunately, Magnamon and Gallantmon have also disappeared. My best friends within the knights have disappeared. Damn it, for a good news we have, a bad one appears, Leomon said. There's no need to be sad right now, we need to defeat the rest of the demon lords, Omegamon said. Right, how can we help? Izuku asked. For now, it will be better if you return to your world. As long as we don't find the rest of the demon lords, there's no need for you to be here, Leomon said. Besides, you also have problems to worry about. Right, don't worry about us, humans. We'll be fine, I appreciate your help, Leomon said extending his hand to Izuku. It has been an honor fighting alongside you. Izuku shakes hands with Leomon. Izuku Midoriya. That's my name. Hitoshi Shinso, Shoto Todoroki, Melissa Shield, Denki Kaminari. The chosen ones tell their names to Leomon. Nice to meet you, chosen ones. I'd better take you to the station. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Omegamon said as the chosen ones climb on his back. If you need our help, do not hesitate to call us, Izuku said as they leave the place. Leomon says goodbye to them and Omegamon leaves the place with the chosen ones on his back. The problems that Leomon mentioned, it's Lusamon right? Omegamon asked. Yes, Izuku answers. I see, the rest of the way was silent. File Island Station. Trailman Worm is waiting for the return of the chosen ones. He could see how the crest of gluttony disappeared from the sky. That meant that the chosen ones defeated him. To his surprise, the chosen ones arrived, but behind the back of Omegamon, the royal knight. Thanks, Omegamon, the five said. No problem. By the way, Izuku, I want you to have this, Omegamon said. Suddenly in front of Izuku a small glow appeared. From that glow a small device appeared. The device is small and white with 3 blue buttons, 2 on the right side and 1 on the left, and in the middle, there is a small screen. If you're wondering, it's a Digivice from Digimon Adventure. What is this? Izuku asked. That's a Digivice. Even though you forgive me for what happened with Lusamon, I can't help but feel guilty. That's why if you need my help when facing Lusamon, use the Digivice and I'll appear in your world in no time. Consider it a way to repair the damage Lusamon caused to your world because of me, Omegamon said. Thank you, Omegamon, Izuku said. No, it's me who should thank you, Omegamon said. Go now, your world needs you. Izuku and the rest of the Chosen climb back into Trailman and return to their world. Human world. After returning to their world, the Chosen Ones were greeted by Mirai, Yuko and Nezu, who told them that they had only spent a couple of hours in this world, so if they hurry, they might be able to make it to the afternoon classes. After saying goodbye to the people who helped them go to the digital world and Yuko scanning the fingerprints of the Chosen Ones so that they can access the portal when they need it, they return to the UA 1A classroom. Excuse us, we are back, Izuku said as he opened the door to his class. But to their surprise, the room was empty. How strange, there is no one. It's not lunchtime, that was an hour ago, Kaminari said. Where are they? Melissa asked. They're not in the dorms, that's for sure, we've just been there, Todoroki said. So, let's ask. Shinso said as he saw Midnight walk down the hall. Excuse me, Midnight-sensei. Do you know where Class A is? Ah, I see that you are already back. I think your class went to the Gamma Gym. Thank you, Sensei, Shinso said as Midnight nodded and left. Okay, let's go, Izuku said. Gamma Gym. The Chosen Five enter the Gamma Gym, however what they find completely surprises them. On the floor, the rest of his classmates were lying. In front of them was Mirio, shirtless, in a pose of crossed arms and thumbs up. They can also notice that Nejira, Tamaki and Aizawa are there, observing. Power! Mirio screamed. What's going on? The Chosen Five enter the Gamma Gym, however what they find completely surprises them. On the floor, the rest of his classmates were lying. In front of them was Mirio, shirtless, in a pose of crossed arms and thumbs up. They can also notice that Nejira, Tamaki and Aizawa are there, observing. Power! Mirio screamed. What's going on? The five screamed in confusion. Hearing this, everyone turns to see the five students who were missing. Naturally, the first to speak was Nejire. Look who has arrived. Nejire approaches the Chosen Five. Hado-senpai, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. That's very easy, my little Kahai, we come to talk to you about hero work studies. Nejire says, then she turns to see Melissa. I don't remember seeing you before. Are you the new member of Class A? Yes, my name is Melissa Shield, Melissa said. Alright, enough of the questions. You five, come here, Aizawa said. If they came to talk to us about hero work studies, does this have anything to do with it? Kaminari said as she pointed to the rest of her classmates, who were barely getting up from the ground. No, Mirio wanted to face the class, Aizawa said. Do we have to face him too? Kaminari asked. I don't know, do you have to? Aizawa said. I don't think we are 100% recovered from everything we had to do there, Izuku said. In that case, no, you don't have to face him, Aizawa simply said. Once the rest of Class A recovered from their humiliation against Mirio, the entire class finds themselves standing in front of the Big Three and Aizawa. It took me a long time to get over my shyness, sorry for showing my parts, girls, Mirio said. Anyway, I think we're done with that. One question, do you think my quirk is strong? It is too strong, Shiro said. You can walk through things and teleport. Are you some kind of hybrid? Mina asked. No, I only have one quirk. My quirk is called permeation. If I activate my quirk in my whole body, then I can go through anything. As if in free fall. The interesting thing is when I deactivate my quirk, when I do that, I get expelled from the ground. If I adjust my body well, I can change my trajectory and speed, Mirio said. He can go through any attack and move wherever he wants in an instant. It's actually a very strong quirk, Suyu said. It's not a strong quirk, I made it strong. When my quirk is activated, oxygen goes through my lungs, my eyes don't receive light, my eardrums don't receive vibrations. I go through everything, the only thing I feel is the sensation of falling. It was difficult, but little by little I managed to master it, Mirio said, in that the boy pointed to his head. And that is why I am here, thanks to the experience. And that's what hero work studies are all about. During your internships the only thing you did, most of you, was to help the heroes and gain knowledge about the hero profession. Now you will work like professionals. Very well. Time is over. Aizawa said. Everyone, return to the classroom. Hero work studies. I wonder if Yukio would let me go to her agency, Izuku thought. Once the rest of the classes finished, everyone was in the dorms. Some of them were talking about what happened with Tagata and about the hero work study. Others asked some of the chosen ones about what they did while they were not at the UA. For his part, Izuku was on the phone. So, hero work study, huh? The person on the other end of the line said, that person is Yukio. Yes, I was wondering if you could receive me at your agency again, Izuku said. I guess Najire didn't tell you, Yukio said. I was away from O and when I got back, I didn't have time to talk to Hado-senpai, Izuku said. I see. Well, the only thing you need to know is that the doors of my agency are open for you, Yukio said. Really? Thank you very much, Izuku said. That's not all. I have a proposal for you, Yukio said. If one of your friends needs a place to do their hero work studies, you can bring someone else with you to my agency. I see. I think I have an idea of who I can take, Izuku said. Very well. I'll be waiting for you. After this conversation, Izuku says goodbye to Yukio and hangs up the phone. Izuku leaves his room and addresses a specific person, Melissa-san. Melissa turns to see her boyfriend, Izuku. What's going on? Of all the class, you are the only one who did not have the internship since you were not here. That's why you have no contacts that can help you with the hero work study, Izuku said. Well, it's true, but I don't see where this is going, Melissa said. Yukio told me that I could bring someone with me for the hero work studies. I was wondering if you want to go with me, Izuku said. Melissa smiles. Sure, why not? It will be a good experience. Thank you. Unknown place. Shigaraki. Twice said entering the place. The place seems to be a department store. Shigaraki was sitting and around him, the rest of the league members were sitting. Someone wants to see you. A person entered the place. That person is a pale young man of narrow build with short, shaggy auburn hair, parted to the right. His eyes are thin, their irises small and gold, with rather long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. He has 3 piercings in his left ear. He usually has his mouth covered by a plague doctor mask. He wears a black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck and a belt with a long, thin buckle around his waist, with 3 beaded lobe piercings in his left ear. Over this, he wears a dark olive green bomber jacket with a thick purple fur collar and white lace-up sneakers with tan soles and no socks. The white surgical gloves he wears on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wears over his mouth, which is tipped and embroidered with gold, are his most distinguishing features. Shigaraki recognizes the guy instantly. Overhaul. What does he want? Shigaraki thought. This is the League of Villains. Interesting. The man said. Shisaki Kai. What do you want? Shigaraki said. Kai, he is a Yakuza. Stain said. What brings a Yakuza to us? Dabi asked. All Might and All for one. Light and Dark have just lost their emperors. Shisaki said. The question is, who the next successor will be. Get to the point. I have things to do, and I don't have time to be dealing with these things. The only reason I'm talking to you is because you are who you are. Overhaul, Shigaraki said. You have had interesting soldiers, Moonfish, Muscular, but you have wasted them. That's why I want you to join me. Join me and I'll show you how you should be used, Shisaki said. Pathetic. Shigaraki said. However, before saying anything else, Magna grabs her weapon and activates her quirk to pull Overhaul. I'm sorry, Mr. Yakuza. We are not here to be under the control of any person. I'm going to live the life I want. We will decide the way we will live, Magna said as she tried to attack Overhaul. However, before she could land the blow, Magna, Shigaraki's voice makes Magna stop before hitting Overhaul. What are you doing? Shigaraki. This guy, Magna tried to say. I didn't order you to attack. Stop fooling around. After these words, Magna walks away from Chisaki. For his part, Shigaraki approaches Chisaki. I see you know how to control your people. You're not as bad as I thought. Though on second thought, he wouldn't have joined you if you weren't a good leader, Chisaki said while looking at Stain. As you can see, my subordinates don't agree to your terms, but I can see how an alliance with you can be beneficial to both groups. Shigaraki said. I propose something to you. I will send you 2 of my subordinates as a test. We'll see how things go. If it doesn't work, we'll cancel the alliance. Sounds good to me. I like the way you think. There is no reason to hurt each other. I accept the deal. Chisaki offers Shigaraki a handshake. Shigaraki laughs. I'm not stupid. Shaking your hand is a possible death sentence like me. Without warning, Shigaraki extends his hand towards Chisaki's face. However, millimeters from touching it he stops. I knew it. To Chisaki's surprise, Shigaraki's other hand, between 2 of his fingers, is clutching a bullet-shaped object. My apologies, I just wanted to check who were those presences that I felt for a while. Chisaki didn't say anything. He was just looking at the object in Shigaraki's hand. Return it. Shigaraki watches Chisaki's attitude with interest. So, the information I have is correct. He's creating a drug to erase quirks. Too bad that doesn't work with Digimon. Giving a friendly, fake, smile, he returns Chisaki the bullet. After that he turns around. You can leave. I will send you my subordinates when I decide who to send you. And next time, don't be afraid and don't hide your people from me. Chisaki watches as Shigaraki and his group leave the place through a data portal. From the beginning, he was already in control of the situation. Not only that, he has a plan, but a plan also that goes further and apparently has everything under control. There is nothing more dangerous than someone with a plan, and worse yet, a plan under control. Even I don't have my plan completely under control. Tamura Shigaraki. What exactly are you planning? Chisaki thought. With the League of Villains. Members of the League of Villains emerge from the portal. They are now at their second base of operations. The bar was just a secondary base. This is where all the stuff is. Magna. The next time you do something stupid like that, I'll kill you myself. Shigaraki said. Sorry. Are you sure about this, Shigaraki? That guy Overhaul is seen to be dangerous. Spinner said. That's why I do this. So that guy won't be a threat in the future. According to my informants, Sir Night-Eye is after Overhaul. Sir Night-Eye is meeting with several heroes, including Yukio, and as we know, one of the chosen ones is interning with her. Shigaraki said. Everything points to the heroes trying to attack Overhaul and rescue the girl he uses for his experiments. We will make sure that the heroes are successful in that mission. The League of Villains supporting the heroes in secret. Ironic. Mr. Compress said. We are not helping them. They are helping us to get rid of possible problems for us in the future. At that, Shigaraki turns to see 2 of his subordinates. Toga, Stain, you 2 are going. Not that I'm complaining, but why us? Stain asked. If I send you, Chisaki will know we're serious, and Toga is very good at infiltrating various places, Shigaraki said. What will we do with Shinnomoto? His quirk confession will force us to tell the truth behind the plan, Stain said. Don't worry, your tenants will take care of that. Having 2 minds in one body, the quirk confession will not work properly, and you will be immune to it, Shigaraki said. You already had everything planned, right? Stain asked to Shigaraki, who only limits himself to smiling mischievously. Get ready, Stain, you're in charge. I need to check some stuff, Shigaraki said as he entered a room. That room was off limits to everyone except Shigaraki. Entering the room, there are multiple screens with various complicated data and a language that cannot be understood. In front of all that was sitting a person. Dr. Garaki, Shigaraki said. Shigaraki, I assume you're here for the results, the doctor said. So, did you manage to solve the problem? Shigaraki asked. Dr. Garaki hands Shigaraki the corrupted D-scan, only temporarily. As you remember, Sensei managed to corrupt the D-scan by capturing Ancient Sphinxmon's spirit and with its influence keeping it trapped in the Dark Ocean. However, Now that Sensei is away from the D-scan, Ancient Sphinxmon's spirit is awakening. Luckily, I managed to buy more time, enclosing the spirit in the dark ocean within a stasis field. In theory, as long as no one breaks that stasis field, you can use the D-scan unlimitedly. Good. And what about him? Shigaraki asked. No problem with him. Garaki said. Perfect. Keep it that way. Shigaraki said. Yukyu Agency. Next day, Izuku and Melissa are in front of Yukyu, who has just received them at her agency. Welcome back, Agni. I'm glad you decided to return to my agency. Yukyu said to Izuku. You must be Melissa, right? Yukyu said, now turning to Melissa. Welcome to my agency. Thanks for accepting me. Melissa said. Izuku told me a little about you. I'm also aware of the quirk evolution issue. But tell me, do you have your hero name? Yukyu said. No, I haven't decided yet. I see. Well, another thing we'll be working on while you're here. For now, please come with me. Yukyu said as he guided them through the agency. Although Izuku already knew the place, Melissa didn't. After the tour, Izuku and Melissa, already in their hero costumes, find themselves in front of Yukyu, who was giving them new instructions. As you know, this won't be the same as the internships. This time you will act as professional heroes, especially now that you have your provisional licenses. Yukyu explained. First, we will start with something easy. Patrol. The main duty of a hero is to patrol the city where its agency is located. So, are we going to patrol? Izuku asked. That's right, but in order for you to gain the necessary experience, this time you two will go on patrol alone. Yukyu said. Just the two of us? Melissa asked. That's right, that way you can experience patrolling for yourselves and make your own decisions. But there is no need to worry, Agni already has experience in this. After all, he was present at Hosu, Yukyu said. It is not something that I would like to repeat, but the experience served me well, Izuku said. Alright, what are you waiting for? It's time to patrol. I'll see you here again in 2 hours. Yukyu ordered and both students go out on patrol. Streets of the city. Izuku and Melissa are walking the streets. His patrol is being normal, nothing special has happened. I had heard about the Hosu incident, why didn't you tell me you were a part of it? Melissa asked. You didn't ask, plus it's not something I like to brag about, Izuku said. As they both talk, a white cat approaches Izuku. The cat begins to move between Izuku's legs. It seems to like you, Melissa said with a smile. Izuku reaches down to pet the cat. Sorry little friend, but I'm in the middle of a patrol. However, the cat doesn't seem to move away from Izuku. Suddenly, the cat jumps up and manages to grab Izuku's D-scan and starts running into an alley. Hey! I need that! Izuku runs after the cat. Melissa tries to follow him, but some people get in her way, causing the girl to lose sight of Izuku. Izuku followed the cat to the front of an alley, a bit further from where he was before. The cat stops and leaves Izuku's D-scan on the ground and leaves. The cat stops and leaves Izuku's D-scan on the ground and leaves. What was that? Izuku said to himself as he crouches down to pick up his D-scan. Suddenly someone bumps into him. Turning who it was, Izuku could see that it was a little girl. The girl is wearing a plain, short-sleeved dress, which is a dirty, pale tan color. Bandages are wrapped around both her arms and legs, stopping at her wrists and ankles. Oh, excuse me, did I hurt you? Izuku asked to the girl. Ah, the girl tried to say, but someone appeared. Look what you did, Eri. You shouldn't be causing problems for people, especially a hero. That person is Chisaki. I apologize on behalf of my daughter, Hiro. She gets carried away by her games and sometimes gets hurt, Chisaki said with a fake friendly attitude. However, Izuku could see behind that lie. Realizing that the adult was lying, Izuku quickly put on his goggles. They wouldn't cover his entire face, but at least that man wouldn't recognize him so easily either. I feel like I've seen you before, Chisaki said. No, it must be my imagination. You must be busy. I won't steal any more of your time. Let's go, Eri. Please, don't go, the girl said in a whisper to Izuku. This made Izuku tense up more. Your daughter seems a little scared, Izuku said. It's because I just scolded her, Chisaki said. The tension in the environment increased more and more. Suddenly, oh, partner. So, here you are. The tension suddenly disappeared. Turning around they both can see Mirio, in his hero outfit, with a smile on his face. Mirio approaches Izuku. I apologize for my partner, he's the rookie. Don't worry hero, let's go Eri, Chisaki said as he started to remove one of his gloves. Seeing this, Eri quickly goes back to the guy. Sorry to bother you, keep up the good work. After this, Chisaki and Eri leave the place. That was close, Mirio said. Mirio, what going on? Izuku asked. No, not here, come with me, Mirio said as he left the place. Izuku follows him. As Izuku and Mirio leave, they fail to notice that the same white cat from earlier was watching them. A few seconds later it goes in the same direction that Chisaki and Eri left. Sir Night-Eye Agency. Mirio and Izuku walk into the agency office and see a man sitting there going through papers. That person is a tall, lean but muscular man with rather sharp and elongated features. His shiny hair is always worn smoothed down and parted to his left, and was of a dark green color, with 3 yellow streaks towards the front, 2 on his right, and 1 on his left. His eyebrows are also yellowish, matching the rims of the triangular glasses he wears and the strikingly bright yellow irises of his stern-looking eyes. His looks give off a sense of authority and power, as he rarely smiles and looks stern, and he always appears to be glaring. The man turns to see them. Mirio, I see you're back. Who is he? The man said. This is Izuku Midoriya, he is a first-year student at UA. I brought him here because he ran into Chisaki and Eri, Mirio said. And what happened? Luckily I managed to interfere before something bad happened. Good job Mirio. After this, the man turns to see Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, my name is Sir Night-Eye, professional hero, a question. What do you know about the 8 precepts of death? Izuku is facing Sir Night-Eye. The 8 precepts of death. No, I'd never heard of them. Just as I suspected, Sir Night-Eye said as he took some pictures. The first one he shows him is Chisaki's photo. Izuku recognized him instantly. I see you recognize it. This guy is Chisaki Kai. He is the leader of a group of the Yakuza. Yakuza. The Yakuza has long since ceased to be a problem, Izuku said. That's right, but this guy has managed to gather a new Yakuza and has started to make strange movements. Not only that, but a few days also ago he contacted the League of Villains, Sir Night-Eye said. The League of Villains, Izuku said in a surprised tone. Yes, but it's just a rumor. Without direct evidence that he's planning something, we can't charge him. In my office we are looking for evidence to corroborate their criminal activities without them suspecting anything, Sir Night-Eye said. And what about the girl? If I'm not mistaken, Chisaki called her Eri, Izuku said. Her arms and legs were bandaged, if only there was a way to protect her. I'm going to stop you there, Sir Night-Eye said. We can't rush things. If you had tried anything, you would have only complicated things. We have to act when we know we are ready. So, we let a girl suffer because we don't have enough data, Izuku said. I could have taken her, I could have saved her. You would have caused more problems. You don't know that, Izuku yells. After several seconds of silence, Izuku regains his calm. I'm sorry, it's just. I'm frustrated. I understand what you mean, but that doesn't mean I like it. Sir Night-Eye remains silent. Mirio said you are a student. Which hero are you working with? I'm working with Yukio. Wait. Yukio. She must be wondering where I am, Izuku said. So, Yukio, in that case I need you to deliver a message for me, Sir Night-Eye said. Yukio Agency. Izuku was back at the Yukio Agency. Upon entering he would meet Melissa who was somewhat angry with him. Izuku, where were you? You left me alone and I couldn't find you, Melissa said, but to her surprise Izuku didn't reply and walked past her. Izuku. I need to talk to Yukio. Alone, Izuku said as he entered Yukio's office. Inside the office, Yukio is going through the paperwork, but stops when she sees Izuku enter. You're finally back, Agni, Melissa told me what happened. Where were you? I have a message from Sir Night-Eye, Izuku quickly said. Night-Eye? Yukyu's expression changed to one of seriousness. Tell me everything. Izuku tells Yukyu everything that happened, from when he separated from Melissa to his talk with Sir Night-Eye. After that, Sir Night-Eye asked me to say that he is seeking help from other professionals to resolve the matter of the 8 precepts of death. And he wants me to be one of those professionals, Yukyu said. Correct. I see. Very well, I'm going to talk to him. For now, you and Melissa can go back to UA. You guys are done for today, Yukyu said. One more thing, at the moment we don't have to tell this to anyone else. Until I talk to Night-Eye, this has to be kept secret. Izuku just nods and leaves the office. Next week. Cafeteria. The rest of the days passed normally. In the morning Izuku and Melissa attended normal classes, and, in the afternoon, they left with Yukyu. Only one thing was different. Izuku these days has been more serious and quieter than usual, besides being distracted most of the time. Izuku's friends are eating in the school cafeteria. They are all watching Izuku, who hasn't taken a bite of his food since it was served to him. All this time he is in his thoughts, so much so that he doesn't even notice that his friends are talking about him. Hey Melissa, do you know what happens to Deku-kun? Uraraka asked. No, it's been like this ever since we got back from the Yukyu agency, Melissa said. Something must have happened for him to be like this, even in training he is distracted, Shinso said. Something must have happened for him to be like this, even in training he is distracted, Iida said. Well, there was a time when we separated, maybe something happened, but he didn't want to say anything to me, Melissa said. We have to find out what happened and help him. Clearly something is bothering him, Todoroki said. I'm going to ask him tonight, Melissa said. Good idea. Besides Shinso, you are the closest to Midoriya. And I don't think Shinso can take his problems out of him, Todoroki said. Did you guys say something? Izuku suddenly said. Everyone tensed a bit in surprise. We were talking about Kaminari, Melissa quickly said. Why yeah, since the end of classes, he left and has not returned, Shinso said. True, I wonder where he had gone, Izuku said. Everyone sighs in relief. They managed to avoid the subject. With Kaminari. What? One person said, it was Tamaki Amajiki, a 3rd year. You heard me. Kaminari said. You are also working with a hero, right? Why yeah, I am working with Fat Gum, Tamaki said. In that case, can you ask him to accept me to do my hero work studies? Kaminari asked with a bow. What? Do you want to work with Fat Gum? Why? Tamaki asked. Since I entered the UA I have always been below the majority. It was recently that I was able to demonstrate what I am capable of. I want to keep moving forward until I become a great hero, Kaminari said. Also, the fight against Beelzemon showed me that I should get stronger, otherwise I won't be able to help anyone. Tamaki doesn't say anything. His determination is admirable. I was going to talk to the red-haired boy, but this boy showed me that he has the determination to work with Fat Gum. He thought. Very well. I don't promise that he will accept you just for the sake of it, but I will tell Fat Gum about you, Tamaki said. Really? Thank you very much Amajiki-senpai, Kamieri said. Don't mention it, Tamaki said. Tell him that if he accepts me, he won't regret it, Kaminari said. Why you know what? If you want you can come with me this afternoon to see Fat Gum, so you can talk to him directly, Tamaki said. Really? Of course, Kaminari said. Good. You can go back to your class, I'll pick you up at your dorm, Tamaki said. Right, see you later Amajiki-senpai, Kaminari said as he left the place. Tamaki takes a sigh to calm down. He's quite an interesting boy. There is no doubt that Fat Gum will accept him. Later, the city was quiet, but suddenly 2 guys, giants, destroy a building while they are fighting each other. A dispute between villains began, 2 subjects with a gigantification quirk, a police officer said. In mid-air, Najire arrives on the scene. Full load. Output. 30 inches Najire said while charges her wave motion. Ring wave, she then blasts her enemies with 2 powerful waves from each hand. Both villains fall to the ground. One of them manages to get up, but, Pyro Punch. Flowery Gust. With a joint attack, Izuku and Melissa take down the villain. Nice job. Yukio said upon arrival. Yes, you did great. You two work very well as a team, Najire said. Thanks, Izuku and Melissa said. Suddenly, the second villain rises from the ground. You haven't beaten me yet. The four prepare to fight, but, not so fast villain. Someone jumps from the building next to them. That person is recognized by Izuku and Melissa. Kaminari-kun. Kaminari. Kaminari lands on the villain's face. Hello. And goodbye. Punishment shock. And releasing a large amount of electricity, he knocks down the villain. Who's that? Yukio asked. He is a classmate of ours, Melissa said. Fat Gum and Tamaki arrive at the place. Good job, Chargebolt. But next time try not to be so hasty when acting, the hero said. Yes sir, Kaminari said while doing a military salute. In that he realizes who else was there. Guys, you are here too, he said as he walked over to Melissa and Izuku. As they talk, Fat Gum approaches Yukio. I see you're here too, Yukio. Fat Gum said. Are you ready for what's about to happen? Yes, that case must be very important for Sir Night-Eye to need a lot of professional help, Yukio said. And what about the students? Fat Gum said. I think they are ready. So, I'm going to take them with me, Yukio said. Also, Midoriya won't forgive me if I don't bring him. You know, I was thinking the same thing. The kid needs to improve some details, but he is ready, Fat Gum said. I hope we are doing the right thing. Me too, but this is not the time to think about that, Fat Gum said. Charge Bottle, Sun Eater, it's time to go. Right, both said. After this, the trio leaves. Yukio Agency. Izuku finished changing into his UA uniform. Although what happened before had made him think of something else, now he couldn't help but remember what happened with Eri and Chisaki. Although Sir Night-Eye told him that he did the right thing, inside himself he can't help but feel guilty. Izuku, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Turning around, he realizes it's Melissa. Are you okay? Why yes, I'm just thinking about today. He lied. Izuku, I know you're lying. Something is bothering you, Melissa said in a worried tone. Please, tell me what's wrong with you. Unable to hold on like this, Izuku decides to tell Melissa what happened, and that's it. Melissa was speechless. I see, it's definitely a hard thing to process. That is not all. Eri-chan, I had her in my hands, I could have saved her. Izuku punches the wall in frustration, but I couldn't do anything. Just watch how Eri-chan went back to that guy. Izuku opens his eyes when he feels Melissa hug him. Izuku returns the hug. It must be hard to think about that, right? All this time have you felt this way? Yes, it must be hard to carry these feelings without being able to tell anyone. Melissa looks straight into Izuku's eyes and gives him a small smile. But you don't have to keep worrying about it anymore. You can tell me, I will always be with when you need it. Melissa. They both watched each other, still embracing, little by little bringing their faces closer, until the moment their lips meet. After several seconds, they part their lips. Izuku, red-faced, tried to say something. Melissa puts her finger to his lips. Do not say anything. Melissa continues with the hug. Izuku also continues with the hug. Thank you. With Kaminari, Tamaki, and Fat Gum were heading back to Fat Gum's agency. Once we get back, that will be all for today. Yes, thanks for accepting me, Kaminari said. I like that attitude, Fat Gum said. Villains. Somebody, help, someone yelled. Suddenly, 4 guys run out. Fat Gum manages to catch them. However, one of them uses his quirk to sneak away. You won't catch me. However, Tamaki catches the villain with his fingers transformed into octopus tentacles. An octopus. Tamaki Imajiki. Quirk. Manifest. Tamaki's quirk grants him the ability to manifest the physical characteristics of anything he's eaten. For example, if he eats takoyaki, he can transform his fingers into octopus tentacles. Additionally, anything he manifests is significantly stronger than normal, the more of a substance Tamaki eats, the stronger his manifestation will be. Tamaki attracts the villain with his tentacles and with his other hand, transformed into a clam, he hits the villain and knocks him out. Good job, Sunniator, Fat Gum said. Awesome, Kaminari said. Suddenly, in the crowd, a guy with a gun points at Tamaki. Watch out, Fat Gum said. The guy fires and the bullet hits Tamaki's shoulder. Senpai, Kaminari charges at the guy, but he shoots at Kaminari. The bullet hits him in the head, but it bounces thanks to Kaminari's exoskeleton. Sunniator, charge bolt, Fat Gum said while the subject runs away. Don't worry, I'll catch him, Kaminari said as he starts chasing the guy. I'll catch him with my octopus, Tamaki said. However, nothing happens. My quirk won't activate. Meanwhile, Kaminari followed the guy into an alley, which has no exit at the end of it. You don't have an escape, Kaminari said. Shut up, the guy said as 3 blades come out of his arm and tries to attack Kaminari. However, these blades have no effect against Kaminari's exoskeleton. Taking advantage of this, Kaminari punches the guy in the face, knocking him down. I held back not to hurt you too much, so you'd better give up. It's not fair, it's not fair. I have to save my brothers, the guy said while injecting himself with something. Suddenly, multiple blades come out of the guy's body. Kaminari tries to dodge them. He got stronger all of a sudden, Kaminari thought. After this, she turns to see the civilians who were there. Everyone, stand back. Go to a safe place where the blades will not reach you. The guy attacks again with the blades. This time they manage to cut Kaminari. He went through my exoskeleton. You're not so arrogant anymore, are you? The guy said and attacks again. Kaminari quickly releases a bunch of electricity which is conducted through the blades and electrocutes the guy a bit. However, the blades manage to cut him as well. The guy recovers and attacks with a bunch of blades at Kaminari. Kaminari surrounds herself with electricity and begins to advance through the blades, smashing them to pieces. Once close to the guy, he brings both hands together into a fist, raises them and, thunder fist, he hits the guy with his fists and electrocutes him until he is unconscious. Incredible, he made it, a civilian said. Charge bolt. Fat Gum arrives on the scene. I see you caught it. Good job. Running out of energy, Kaminari reverts to her human form. Thanks. Thanks a lot, young man, a civilian said. You're amazing, now I'm your fan, a girl said. You defeated him while keeping us from getting hurt. You did something some heroes wouldn't. You really saved us, another civilian said. You will be an amazing hero in the future, I'm sure, the first civilian said. Kaminari smiles at these words. Thank you. Next day, Class 1A. Look, it's your hero name. You were on the internet, Siro told Kaminari as he showed him the news on the phone. Deku-kun, Melissa, you two are also in the news, Uraraka told them as she also showed the news to Izuku and Melissa. Although our licenses are professional, out there we are all heroes. Good job, Iida said. But school always comes first for students. Don't fall asleep in class. Maybe it's because of last night's excitement, but even studying sounds great. I'm ready, Kaminari said. That's the spirit, Kaminari, Izuku said. However, his thoughts were still focused on Eri. Although talking to Melissa helped, he was still thinking about what had happened, but he wasn't so distracted anymore. Some days after, Kaminari was coming out of the dorms. Fat Gum has called him to meet at an address. But he wasn't the only one. Izuku and Melissa had also left the dorms at the same time. Oh, Midoriya, Melissa, you guys are going out too. Yes, although we were told that it is not necessary to wear our hero costumes, Izuku said. I guess you're also going to the station, right? Let's go together, Kaminari said. Once at the station, we all go to the same train. Kaminari, aren't you supposed to go to Kansai? Melissa asked. Yes, but today's meeting place is different, Kaminari said. Once on the train, we headed to the same station. What a coincidence, don't you think? Kaminari said. Once out of the station, we even go to the same direction. This is clearly not a coincidence, Izuku said. Once arriving at the place, the three were welcomed by three familiar faces. The big three are here too, Melissa said. Upon entering the place, they are surprised to see the number of professionals in the place. Among them are Yukio, Fat Gum, Eraserhead, Sir Night-Eye, among other heroes. What's going on in here? Kaminari asked. Aizawa-sensei is here too, Izuku said. Yukio, Najire said. What's going on? What are we going to do? What kind of meeting are we going to have? You'll know soon. Sir Night-Eye, I think it's time to start, Yukio said. Thanks to the information that everyone has provided, I have managed to make a breakthrough in the progress of my investigation, Sir Night-Eye said. I have called everyone to this meeting to share the information, and also to discuss the procedure that we will take against the organization called the 8 Precepts of Death. Please, sit down. After this, everyone starts taking seats at several tables which are arranged in A, U, and in front of everyone Night-Eye is sitting. For several weeks now, we have been keeping an eye on a certain group of villains called the 8 Precepts of Death. During this time of investigation, there was a rapid increase in contact between members of this organization with people outside of it. But the contact that most caught our attention was the following, Sir Night-Eye said. The screen shows how Chisaki was following Twice. A few weeks ago, Chisaki, the leader, came into contact with Jin Bubegawara, a member of the League of Villains known as Twice. So, chances are the League will get involved as well, Aizawa said. Suddenly, a hero interrupts the conversation. I have a problem with this meeting, he said before pointing towards Izuku and his classmates. What are they doing here? I know they are UA students, but they are too young to be here. I have to stop you there. Although they are students, I think they have the experience to be with us. I have to stop you there. Although they are students, I think they have the experience to be with us, Fat Gum said. Sir Night-Eye interrupts this discussion. Going back to the point, there are reasons to believe that the precepts are involved in the sale of illegal drugs. It's true, Fat Gum said. The other day, during the tough Chargebolt battle, Tamaki was shot with something I hadn't seen before. Fat Gum gets up from his chair. A drug that erases quirks. This surprises everyone. Tamaki. Are you okay? Mirio said. Yes, after sleeping I returned to normal, Tamaki said. After Tamaki was shot, we took him to the hospital to see what happened, and it turns out his quirk was attacked. Luckily, he managed to recover. Fat Gum said. Unfortunately, the guy who shot doesn't say anything and the gun was destroyed. However, Fat Gum turns to see Kaminari. The guy tried to shoot Kaminari-kun, and thanks to his exoskeleton the bullet managed to bounce, and we managed to get that bullet with all its contents inside. I did what? Kaminari said. As for the content, something terrible came out from within. Fat Gum's expression changed to one of disgust. The bullet contained blood and human cells. This surprises everyone. At this moment, Izuku remembers the bandages on Eri's body. And what does this have to do with the 8 Precepts of Death? A hero asked. The quirk of the boss, Chisaki, villain name Overhaul, grants him the ability to disassemble anything he touches, as well as reassemble it in any configuration he desires, effectively giving him full control over matter. Sir Night-Eye said. Chisaki has a daughter. When Midoriya found her, her arms and legs were completely bandaged. In other words, he's using his daughter's body to make those bullets. And you had her in front of you and didn't rescue her. A hero, Rock Lock, told Izuku, who clenches his fists out of impotence. You let that girl go back to that guy. Rock Lock, don't you think you're being? Yukio started to say, however a knock on the table interrupted her. Izuku got up from his place and it was he who hit the table hard. You want to shut up? This answer left everyone surprised. Do you think I don't feel bad about what happened? Exclamation mark. I had Eri in my arms. She begged me not to go. I could have saved her. But I didn't. I let her go back to that guy. If I could go back in time and change things I would. Tears began to flow from Izuku's eyes. I'm here to save Eri, not for someone to tell me I was wrong to let her go. Tell me, what would you have done? Under the same circumstances, the stress of the moment, and not knowing what was really happening. What would you have done? Midoriya, Yukio said. Hearing this, Izuku takes a deep breath and sits back down. I'm sorry. I just feel frustrated. I understand you, and that is why our objective, from now on, will be to rescue Eri. Sir Night-Eye said. We have investigated everything, we have not left a single stone unturned, and we have managed to discover several locations where the girl may be. However, we cannot attack them all. We have to make sure that the one we attack is the correct one. That's why I'm asking all the heroes here to help me investigate all these locations. Let's find their location and finish them off. Me and my agency will help in any way we can, Yukio said. And mine too, Fat Gum said. Thus, everyone began to support Night-Eye's plan. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to tell you the details, Sir Night-Eye said. As the meeting goes on, everyone fails to notice a small creature which has been watching the entire meeting and unnoticed. The creature leaves. Unknown place. The creature emerges from a data portal, revealing itself to be a Digimon, and approaches Shigaraki. Demi-Devimon, you're back. That's right, Lord Shigaraki. I have news that may interest you, Demi-Devimon said. Spit it out. Several heroes gathered and are planning to attack the 8 precepts of death to rescue the girl that Chisaki has. Interesting. Not only that, 3 of the chosen ones, the one of fire, the one of wind and the one of lightning, will also be part of it. Good job Demi-Devimon, you can go. After this, the Digimon leaves. Did you hear that, Stain, Toga? Yes. The mention said. Perfect, remember your mission, you must make sure that the heroes achieve their goal. I don't care what you do, you can help them directly if you want. As long as Chisaki is defeated, Shigaraki said. And what about the girl? Toga asked. Let them rescue her, I don't care. Did we kill Chisaki? Stain asked. No, this is important, Chisaki has to be captured alive. His quirk is too powerful to let go, but the fool only uses it for his own nonsense instead of using it for more. It will be more useful under our hands, Shigaraki said. 2 days later, 1A dorms. Very late at night. Izuku, Melissa, and Kaminari meet in the main room of the dorms. Everyone was asleep except for them. Are you ready? Izuku asked. Melissa and Kaminari nod. All right, the operation starts now. After this, they change into their hero outfits, meet up with the Big Three and Aizawa, and then head to the meeting place. The operation to rescue Eri has begun. The raid. Police station. 8 a.m. According to the information collected, under the headquarters of the 8 precepts of death there is an underground complex in which the presence of our objective is confirmed. A police officer said. But even if we go straight to our target, if they start using their quirks against us, that will slow us down a lot. That is why we have a list with all the quirks of the 8 precepts of death, he said while the police delivered the lists to the heroes. While this is going on, in addition to the heroes, there were quite a few police officers who were there to support the heroes. Things came together quickly. Kaminari said. You've been upbeat since morning. Tamaki said. I'm starting to get nervous. Melissa said. Doing detective work and cooperating with the police. No doubt the job of hero is very difficult, Izuku said. Unlike you, we were not given as much information when we were students. Yukio said. Agni, Melissa, are you ready? Yes, they both said. Before starting, Sir Night-Eye approached Yukio. There will be a small change at the last minute. Gran Torino could not come. Tsukauchi found a matter related to the League and Gran Torino had to go help him, therefore my group is left with 1 man less. It's true, Night-Eye and Fat Gum's group will enter the mansion while the rest stay outside to prevent anyone from escaping, Melissa said. We can't risk going in with 1 less man, that's why, Agni you're coming with us, Sir Night-Eye said. What, are you sure? Izuku said. If that's where they need you, that's where you'll go, Yukio said. Guess he'll be in your group, Night-Eye. Sir Night-Eye nods. In that case, Agni, follow Sir Night-Eye's orders as if they were mine. It is understood. Yes ma'am. Izuku said. Very well, let's do it. Mansion of the 8 Precepts of Death. 8:30 a.m. All the heroes and police force involved in this case are found in front of the mansion. As soon as I give the order, everyone will rush inside. Please be quick. the police chief said. He quickly approaches the doorbell of the mansion, but before he can ring it, the doors of the mansion go flying due to a big guy hitting them. With them 3 policemen go flying. The guy who attacked is Rikiya Katsukame, one of the 8 bullets. Rikiya is a huge, tall, and very muscular man. He wears a black tank top with jeans and sneakers, as well as a plague mask that covers his head. He also wears massive gauntlets and knuckle dusters on his fists too. What is this commotion? So many people so early in the morning, Rikiya said. The 3 police officers who flew away are saved by Izuku, already transformed into a Gunimon and Eraserhead. I feel quite excited. Now tell me, Rikiya said as he prepares to attack. Get out of here, Yukio said as she stepped between the villain and the police. What do you guys want? Rikiya says as he throws a punch, however it is stopped by Yukio in her dragon form. We cannot allow our forces to be divided, Yukio said. We from the Yukio agency will take care of this villain. The rest advance with the mission. After this, Yukio stamps the villain against the ground. We will support you, Najire said while everyone who works in the Yukio agency, except Izuku, supports the heroine. It is our opportunity. Let's go, Tsunade said as they all ran into the mansion. Let's go, Midoriya, Kaminari, transformed into Beat, said. Izuku go. We will be fine, Melissa, transformed into Kazimon, said. Good luck, Izuku said before entering with the rest of the heroes. While the heroes are going through the mansion, several people try to stop them, but the heroes manage to incapacitate them and move on. Not just the big one. None of these guys are afraid to take us on, a hero said. Little by little the heroes are advancing. However, the number of people defending the place makes little by little some heroes stay behind. In the end only Fat Gum, Kaminari, Mirio, Tamaki, Tsunade, Izuku, Bubble Girl, Centipeder, Eraserhead, Rock Lock, Tsunade and some police officers remain, who manage to cross the courtyard and enter the building. It's here. They all stop where there seems to be a vase with a plant. According to the information, under this vase there is a mechanism to open a secret passage. Tsunade said as he activated the mechanism and a door opened, however 3 guys came out of this door. Bubble Girl, Centipeder said as he used his quirk to catch 2 of them. Juzo Moashi, alias Centipeder, quirk, Centipede. Juzo's quirk grants him long, centipede-like limbs, which he can use to attack or restrain enemies from afar. For her part, Bubble Girl used her quirk to create bubbles and when they hit the face of the 3rd subject, they disoriented him and let the girl incapacitate him. Kaoruko Iwata, alias Bubble Girl, quirk, Bubble. Kaoruko's quirk allows her to produce bubbles filled with any aroma that she has smelled at least once before. She can make both sweet-smelling bubbles and foul-smelling ones. Carry on without us, we'll catch up later, Bubble Girl said while the rest of the heroes kept going. As they all continue, a wall stops them. It is dead end. This is supposed to be the right path. I will take a look, Mirio said as he went through the wall. Several seconds later, Mirio returns. This wall is only placed to block the path. The path still continues behind the wall. Shisaki's quirk is very annoying, Rocklock said. It's like he's getting desperate. Then we just have to destroy the wall, Kaminari, Izuku said. Yes, Kaminari said. Pyro Punch, Thunder Fist. Both boys use their attacks to destroy the wall. Nice job. Now we can move forward, Fat Gum said. Suddenly, the place begins to change and twist. What's going on? This must be the work of Joy Iranaka. His quirk, Mimicry, allows him to freely enter and control objects, Fat Gum said. He entered the underground and turned it into a living labyrinth. Erase. Can you turn this off? No, I need to see the body, Eraserhead said. This is not good. If this keeps up, they will be able to escape. Tamaki begins to get desperate. That will not happen, Mirio said. This is just unforeseen. It doesn't matter if they keep distorting the path. If I know how to get there, no matter how much the path changes, because I can keep going. Lemillion. This is a speed battle, and they know it. I'm going to keep going, Mirio said before going through the wall with his quirk. Once on the other side, Lightning begins to surround him. It's time to use that. One for all activate. Meanwhile, the rest fall through a hole in the floor and land in a room. Well, look what fell from the sky. A guy said. What a curious development. In the room there are 3 subjects, members of the 8 Bullets. Toya Setsuno, Yu Hojo and Sorimitsu Tabe. Toya is a tall and lean young man with light, almond-shaped eyes, their irises visibly small, with prominent dark circles around them. His hair is chin-length and a bright golden blonde color, worn parted to his left so that it obscures his right eye. He has a wide mouth with particularly straight teeth and thin eyebrows that are usually pointed upwards, these, and the notable wideness of his eyes, giving him a permanently crazed look. Toya wears a gray dress shirt with a light orange tie, as well as dark pants and a beak-shaped plague mask that's worn by all of the 8 Bullets. Yu is a tall, muscular man with shadowed eyes, and his head shaven to use his quirk more efficiently. He wears a dark dress shirt, the top few buttons left undone, and plain pants, along with a pair of black dress shoes. His choice of mask seems to be a simple medical mask that he wears over his mouth, very unlike the signature beak-like mask that's worn by the rest of the 8 Bullets. Sorimitsu is a slim man with circular eyes, dark eye bags and short, unruly, black hair. He also has a notably large mouth, possibly due to the nature of his quirk, and straight teeth. He wears a ragged burlap sack mask that covers his entire head and is held by a rope knot located around his neck. The mask has 2 openings from where his eyes are visible, and a stitched smile. A purple dress shirt and gray pants. It seems that they want to fight with everything, Fat Gum said. It's time for professionals to show our strength. No, Tamaki's interrupts him. Focus your energy on reaching the goal. Stop looking at these lackeys who are only here to buy time. I can handle it alone. Hojo quickly pulls out a pistol while Setsuno pulls out a katana. However, Fat Gum quickly curls up and begins to rotate to disorient the villains. Tamaki takes advantage of this and catches the 3 with his octopus tentacles, quickly disarming them. Hojo, Setsuno, Tabe, I will be your opponent. Amajiki Senpai, Kaminari said. Mirio already said it, this is a time competition. You will need the professionals for later, the police need their weapons, and you also need someone who can crash through walls. Don't worry about me, I can take care of these 3, Tamaki said. All right, Sunniator, Fat Gum said. Let's move on. Through that door. Everyone except Tamaki leaves the room. Are we seriously leaving Amajiki Senpai behind? Kaminari said. I agree with the boy. I think it would have been better if we let someone else behind, Rocklock said. No, Tamaki has the necessary skills to surpass everyone here. But his heart is weak, he feels that he is under pressure to do everything perfectly and he lets himself be crushed by that pressure. Fat Gum said. Still, that boy said he can take care of those 3. I'm sure we can leave this to him. Still, I can't help but worry about him. Kaminari said. No, I trust him. I'm sure he could beat them all. Let's go back up. There are some stairs, Sir Night-Eye said. This is getting very strange. Eraserhead said. The guy who can manipulate the underground hasn't made a move. However, just as he said that a piece of the wall hit Aizawa and smashed him into the opposite wall. Eraser, Fat Gum said, in that the wall attacks again. This time Fat Gum jumps and manages to receive the attack instead of Aizawa, making him go through the wall and enter another room. When Fat Gum gets up he can see that below him is Kaminari. Chargebolt. What are you? I also jumped to try and protect Aizawa-sensei. I thought my exoskeleton could protect me, however, I was ed into your mass. I guess there's nothing we can do. We better find a way out of here, Fat Gum said. Suddenly, a guy comes out of the darkness and tries to attack Fat Gum, however Kaminari gets between the attack and is sent crashing into the wall. Chargebolt. The guy attacks Fat Gum multiple times, but Fat Gum manages to resist the attacks. Do you know what I believe? I think fighting with guns and guns is rude, the guy said. The guy is a very large, muscular man with long, light brown hair. His face is hidden beneath the plague mask given to him by the Shihasaikai, and he dons a tattered t-shirt and dark pants covered by a light blue tunic and decorated with 2 belts. He also sports gloves, which cover his hands and wrists with several leather straps and his knuckles with metal. Anyone who has one of those in their hands is capable of winning. That's not fighting, the guy said. Fat Gum attacks the guy. However, a barrier blocks the attack. Fat Gum and one of the students who evolved his quirk. It seems that they both have high defenses. Another guy, the creator of the barrier, said, "This is a shame, don't you think, Rappa?" The big guy, now identified as Rappa, attacks again at Fat Gum multiple times, who still resists the attacks, but his hoodie is destroyed. Outstanding defense. He can barely resist my attacks. Although I can praise him for not being like ground beef after this, Rappa said. We are shield and spear and you are only shields, the other guy said, although the other boy couldn't resist your blow. Wait, Tengai, that means it's not a fair fight, damn it, Rappa said. As long as I'm standing, we haven't lost yet, Fat Gum said. He understands me, what a good fat man, Rappa said. Rappa recharges Fat Gum and hits him multiple times. Kendo Rappa, quirk, Strongarm. Kendo's quirk allows him to rotate his shoulders at extreme speeds, allowing him to attack his targets with a near-endless barrage of bullet punches. His quirk can only stay active for a few seconds at a time, but this is all the time Kendo needs to wear down his opponents. Hekiji Tengai, quirk, Barrier. Hekiji's quirk allows him to materialize an extremely durable dome-shaped force field around himself. The strength of the force field has been compared to that of a steel wall. Things are getting difficult. That guy's attacks are very difficult to dodge, and despite my fat absorption he is able to damage me, and if I try to counterattack the other guy will protect him with his barriers. Fat Gum thought. I've had fights like this several times. Your fists not being able to deliver more blows or me being unable to resist them anymore. What do you think will happen first? Rappa. Tengai. Don't intervene, Rappa said as he charged at Fat Gum. I won't, Tengai said. Good, everyone is doing a good sport, Rappa said. Rappa attacks multiple times against Fat Gum, who does nothing but take the hits. Do not disappoint me. You still can't fall. Just when my arms are going limp, Rappa unleashes a shower of blows stronger than the previous ones, however Fat Gum continues to resist. Rappa unleashes a shower of blows stronger than the previous ones, however Fat Gum continues to resist. I have absorbed all the blows you gave me. Absorbing all those hits requires a very large amount of energy, so that ends up absorbing fat. Once the dust is gone, Fat Gum now appears skinny and with an attack ready to hit Rappa. I will become a spear. Fat Gum attacks Rappa. The attack is extremely strong, which kicks up a massive amount of dust. However, once the dust lifts, Rappa is unharmed, but around him everything is destroyed. What? Rappa asks himself. Tengai, Rappa said furiously to his partner. You weren't going to be able to resist that attack, Tengai said. However, this fell on deaf ears. That fight was being incredible, and you ruined it. Rappa, in a fit of fury, hits his partner and makes him crash into the wall, leaving him unconscious. Now yes, hero. Let's continue our fight. Rappa charges again against Fat Gum. Damn it, I no longer have fat to resist his attacks, Fat Gum thought. However, before Rappa could hit him, Kaminari appeared between them and with his own punch hit Rappa's punch. Thunder Fist. Both strikes cause a gust of wind to rise. The impact cracked a bit of Kaminari's exoskeleton. Sorry, Fat Gum. I didn't see the attack and he hit me, but this time I will be the one to protect you. So now it's you who wants to fight, huh? Rappa said. Very well. Let's fight. Both begin to exchange punches, colliding fists against thunder fists. Little by little Kaminari's exoskeleton cracked more and more with each blow that occurred, but the boy did not back down. I can't give up. This guy must be defeated. This guy is great, much better than the hero. Yes. Keep entertaining me. In one of those exchanges, Kaminari manages to hit Rappa in the face, unbalancing the villain. Taking advantage of this, Kaminari grabs him and, punishment shock, gives him a shock of electricity. When the shock ends, Rappa is not defeated as he hits Kaminari in the chest, who takes a few steps back, his exoskeleton starting to fall off. Not bad, boy. We must continue with this fight. Rappa attacks Kaminari multiple times, who cannot continue and receives all the attacks, causing him to crash into the wall and return to his human form. Charge Bolt, Fat Gum said. So, he broke. What a pity, I would like to continue fighting him, Rappa said. However, Kaminari struggles to get on his feet, a trickle of blood trickling from his mouth. I can still fight, he said with difficulty. You don't have to demand more Charge Bolt. Leave it to me, Fat Gum said. It's not about that. Since I joined the UA, I've been behind everyone, Kaminari said. I thought about retiring, abandoning my dream, but someone believed in me. I genuinely believe that you are capable of being a great hero. You just need the moment to show who you really are. Kaminari remembers Izuku's words. He also remembers when Beelzemon humiliated him by defeating him in one hit. That's why I promised myself that I would never lose against anyone until I became a great hero. Kaminari extends his left arm, and several data wheels appear in his hand. Kaminari takes his D-scan. Execute. The D-scan makes contact with the data. Beast Spirit Evolution. Data surrounds Kaminari. Inside the data, lightning began to surround Kaminari as he let out a roar. Two screens begin to surround Kaminari, one in front and one behind. In both screens you can see a blue armor, but unlike Beats, this one looks more savage. Once the screens make contact with Kaminari, he lets out one last roar. Seconds later the transformation is complete. The data disappears and instead of Kaminari there is Metal Kabuterimon. Metal Kabuterimon's entire body is covered in armor, with treads instead of legs, cannons on the ends of its arms, and its horn is a large turret. Your appearance changed. Do you want to continue fighting? Rappa said. Kaminari doesn't reply, just stares at him. Very well. Get ready. Rappa charges at Kaminari and attacks him with a punch. Kaminari blocks it with his arm and takes no damage. You increased your defense. Incredible. Rappa continues with his attacks. Kaminari puts his arms in an X position and receives the attacks, which do not do any damage. When the attack ends, Kaminari points one of her arm cannons at Rappa and releases a large number of projectiles that send Rappa flying and smashing his back against the wall. But it doesn't end here. Kaminari rams Rappa while rushing at full speed. Gain strength. Since Overhaul no one has given me such a good fight, Rappa thought. Kaminari points her head cannon at Rappa. I genuinely believe that you are capable of being a great hero. You just need the moment to show who you really are. That memory flashes through Kaminari's head again. You were right, Midoriya, this is my moment, Kaminari thought. I win. You lose, villain. Electron cannon. Kaminari fires an extremely high-speed positron laser from the gun turret on his head. Incredible. It was the last thing Rappa could think of, as the laser causes him to crash into the wall and fall unconscious to the ground. After several seconds of silence, Kaminari returns to his human form. He no longer had the energy to continue transformed. Kaminari falls to the ground, but before he hits the ground Fat Gum catches him. Fat Gum, tell me, did I do it right? You didn't do well, you did excellent. Rest Charge Bolt, we'll still need you for later. After these words, Kaminari closes his eyes for a moment to rest and regain energy, with a big smile on his face. With Chisaki. Before the raid starts. How much noise, Chisaki said. Next to him was his right hand, Chronostasis, who has Eri in his hands. I don't want to say it, but this is the end of the precepts, isn't it? Chronostasis asked. As long as the boss and I are here, they won't die, Chisaki said. Most of our followers are on the side of the boss. They don't follow my ideals. It's time for you to show me what they're made of. Temporary transfers, Chisaki said as she turned to see two guys, Toga and Stain, who were leaning against the walls. Yes, Toga said. We'll take care of it, Overhaul, Stain said. However, Chisaki doesn't notice that they both turn around and smirk. We'll make sure you fall. The true power of fire. A few days before the raid. So, it's you two that Tamura sent, Chisaki said to the two people in front of her, Himiko, Toga and Stain. Behind him are the members of the 8 Bullets. Tamura ordered us to come here, so we have no choice. Stain said. I guess you already know me, but I'll introduce myself again. I'm Stain, the hero killer. I am Himiko Toga, Toga said. That Tamura sent you tells me he's really serious about this alliance thing, Chisaki said, turning to Stain. Still, I need you to answer my questions. To the sake of easily coordination, please tell me what your quirks are and how they work. That quirk has been activated. Stain listens to Mercurymon in his head. Confession, Stain tells Mercurymon as he discreetly observes the guy next to Chisaki, Shin Namoto. Shin Namoto. Quirk. Confession. Shin's quirk allows him to force his victim to answer truthfully after he asks them a question. Yes, but don't worry, as Lord Tamura said, as long as we're in your heads, that quirk won't affect you, so you can say whatever you want. Mercurymon said to Stain. Good, but in order not to raise suspicion, we'll play along unless he asks us something that jeopardizes our true mission, Stain said to Mercurymon. Stain turns to see Chisaki. My quirk is Bloodcurdle. My quirk allows me to paralyze my target upon tasting a sample of its blood. The amount of time a victim remains paralyzed depends on its blood type. In ascending order from shortest to longest duration, they are O, A, B, and B. The maximum amount of time that anyone can be paralyzed is 8 minutes. Saying this, Stain fakes a surprised face. How? Chisaki smiles, thinking that her subordinate's quirk worked, falling into Stain's game. Toga also notices this and smiles to herself. My quirk is Transform. When I drink someone's blood, it allows me to become that person. The time of transformation depends on the amount of blood that I ingest. A glass of blood is equivalent to a day. If I drink the blood of many at the same time, I can transform into any of those people. I can also include clothes in my transformations, but those clothes overlap mine, which means I end up naked, so it's a bit embarrassing, Toga said before faking a surprised face. Oh, wow. Speaking of interesting duos, they both have quirks that are activated by ingesting blood, Chisaki thought. I see. One last question. What is Tamura Shigaraki's real plan? After a few seconds of silence, Stain answers. After the defeat of All for One, Shigaraki wants to recover the strength of the Villains League. This alliance will make us recover strength. For now the plan is to test how this alliance is going. He wants to see if an alliance can strengthen the league. Well then, for now you will be treated as temporary members. I can't have you wandering around as you please either, so for now you will stay underground until you prove that I can trust you, Chisaki said. Very well, Overhaul, Stain said. First part of the plan fulfilled perfectly. Now it only remains to wait for the heroes to attack the place, Stain thought. He is a conceited man who does not realize that we are manipulating him, Mercurymon said. This Overhaul guy, he really is a fool. He didn't even realize he's falling for our trap, Toga thought. Remember, Toga, we can't kill him, Ranamon told Toga. Back to the present. 2 subjects, part of Chisaki's forces, are found running in the underground corridors, looking for something. Where are the rest of our forces? Subject 1 said. Don't know. All the forces are supposed to be up, but only 3/4 of them are, Subject 2 said. When entering a room, where the forces are supposed to be, both subjects are surprised to see the room. All the people in the room were dead with pools of blood under the corpses, clearly from cuts and stab wounds. What the hell happened here? Subject 1 said with fear. The door to the room closes and Stain can be seen leaning against the closed door. Both subjects turn and can see Stain covered in blood and with his weapons also covered in blood. Why you? It was you, Subject 1 said. What gave us away? Was it the blood? Stain said mockingly. Are you guys betraying us? Subject 2 said. Of course not. Suddenly Stain appears in front of Subject 1, while Toga appears behind Subject 2. We never intended to work with you. Wah! They couldn't say more since Stain killed Subject 1 by slashing his neck and Toga killed Subject 2 by stabbing him in the neck. Perfect. With that, Overhaul's forces would have weakened enough, even if they are just simple thugs, Toga said. Yes, but there is a subject that can be annoying for the progress of the heroes, Stain said. Iranaka, Toga said. Correct. We have to get rid of him, Stain said. What are we waiting for? Toga said with a sadistic smile which matched Stain's. Back with Sir Night-Eye's group. The place was getting more and more crazy. It was more difficult to move forward. We have to find Iranaka, If this continues like this, we won't be able to find our target, Sir Night-Eye said. Really? If you don't tell me, I won't notice, Rock-Lock said sarcastically. In front of them a wall is going to hit them. Watch out, Izuku said as he destroyed the wall with one hit. However, another wall hits him and, just like Kaminari and Fatgum, he is sent into another room. Agni, Eraserhead said. Damn, we lost our last physical attacker, Sir Night-Eye said. Suddenly, the place begins to calm down and return to normal. Several seconds later, the place is back to normal. What happened? Rock-Lock said. Eraser, did you do something? No, it wasn't me, Eraserhead said. I think I know what happened. Sir Night-Eye said. Eraserhead and Rock-Lock approach Sir Night-Eye and can see Iranaka's corpse on the ground. What the hell? Rock-Lock said. Someone murdered him. Eraserhead said. The question is, who did it? It does not matter. You have to take advantage and keep moving forward, Sir Night-Eye said. And what about Agni? Rock-Lock said. The problem child would have wanted us to keep going without him, Eraserhead said. He's right. We have to keep moving forward. Lemillion will need our help, Sir Night-Eye said. After this, the heroes continue advancing. However, they don't realize that Stain and Toga were watching them all this time. So, what can we do now? Toga asked. For now, we'll just observe, Stain said. With Izuku. Izuku falls to the floor of a room. He quickly gets up. I got distracted. Now what will happen? Turning to see the place, he realizes that there are two unconscious guys on the ground. However, this is not what surprises him. What surprises him is seeing a white cat in the middle of both guys. Meow. A cat? Izuku wonders. However, he manages to recognize the cat. It's the same one he found when he was patrolling with Melissa, the same one that stole her D-scan before running into Eri the first time. It's you. The cat turns around, but before leaving he turns to see Izuku, as if asking him to follow it. Izuku, for some reason, decides to follow it. In the room, there were various containers, monitors, and machines, and in the middle of everything there is a chair. It is the room where Chisaki experimented with Eri. Izuku searches the room and finds a notebook. When he opens it, his expression changes to one of disgust and horror. In that notebook was written down everything that Chisaki did to Eri in order to create the quirk erasing bullets. Izuku was disgusted. He wanted to throw up, but he was also furious. Chisaki would pay for everything he did. A meow returns him to reality. Izuku turns to see the cat. He was indicating that it is time to leave, but Izuku felt something strange with that cat, something familiar. Something is familiar with you. You are a Digimon. The cat stared at him. Suddenly its appearance began to glitch and now it was different, revealing its true form. At last, you realize, I'm Gatomon. Nice to finally meet you. Gatomon appears similar to a white Egyptian cat wearing large lime yellow and red striped gloves with black claws sticking out of them. Its ears are large with tufts of purple hair on the tips. Its tail has purple stripes with a tuft on the end and it wears a holy ring on it. Gatomon, all this time you were a Digimon. Wait, that's why you took my D-scan that time. You were taking me to Eri, Izuku realized. Gatomon lowers her head. Yeah. I'm hoping that one of the chosen ones will save Eri, but it failed. You wanted me to save Eri. Yes, I met the girl a couple of years ago. I saw everything she suffered, but I couldn't do anything. Despite being an adult-level Digimon, I alone couldn't face all the precepts of death. I'm sorry I couldn't save her that time. You don't have to apologize. It was a reckless and desperate act on my part. But this time it will be different, Izuku said, drawing Gatomon's attention. This time I promise we will save her. Gatomon smiles. In that case, let me help you. Gatomon climbs onto Izuku's right shoulder. This place is a labyrinth, and you won't be able to get to Overhaul in time. Lucky for you I know the fastest way to Overhaul. Alright, guide me then. Izuku leaves the room and begins to follow Gatomon's instructions. With Overhaul. Looks like someone caught up with us, Chisaki said as he looked at Mirio in front of him and Chronostasis, who was carrying Eri in his arms. How did you get through the place so fast? I took a shortcut, and I'm here to take the girl, Mirio said before charging against Chisaki. You don't understand, do you? If you try to do that, you will die, Chisaki said. After these words, Mirio can feel how he begins to lose his balance. You feel a little dizzy, don't you? Hanging on the roof, a guy said. Diodoro Sasaki. Quirk. Sloshed. Diodoro's quirk allows him to subject nearby people to severe dizziness and inhibit their sense of balance, putting them in a state similar to being drunk. The strength of Sloshed depends on how much alcohol Diodoro consumes and has in his system. It must be his quirk, Mirio thought. In that, Shin Namoto appears in front of him with a gun pointed at him and starts shooting at Mirio, who uses his quirk to make the bullets go through him. What kind of quirk is that? Shin asked Mirio. It is permeation. As long as it's active, everything will pass through me. Mirio is surprised. My mouth moved by itself. Must be that guy's quirk. I see, so that's how you got here so fast, Shin said. It doesn't matter, Mirio said as more bullets go through him. In that, he gets into the wall. What the hell? Diodoro said. Suddenly Mirio comes out of the ground and hits both villains with some one-for-all powered punches, defeating them with a single blow each. One for all. Phantom Menace. Hearing the scream, Chisaki turns around to only see his two subordinates on the ground. Suddenly Mirio appears between him and Chronostasis. Chisaki. Mirio attacks Chisaki with a punch, which is dodged, and Chronostasis with a kick, which goes through Eri but hits the villain, sending him flying and smashing him into the wall. Chisaki turns to see Chronostasis and can see that he is unconscious thanks to Mirio's fist being empowered with one for all, not that he knows it. Why? Eri said while being held in Mirio's arms. Leave. Or he will kill you. Don't worry, because now I will be your hero, Mirio said. I'm not going to let him take you again. You don't understand, Eri is only useful to destroy, Chisaki said. How can you say that to your own daughter? Mirio said. Chisaki removes his gloves. I have no children. And he puts his hands on the ground and suddenly everything is destroyed. Several spikes created from the ground attack Mirio, who with his hands prevents Eri from getting hurt while using his quirk on his body to prevent the spikes from hurting him. Your quirk is very interesting, Chisaki said, in that he removes the spikes and can see how Mirio's cape is only covering Eri. Where? Chisaki couldn't finish speaking as Mirio emerged from the ground and hits him with a one-for-all powered punch. A hero's cape is to cover a girl who has suffered, Mirio yelled before landing another blow on Chisaki. Chisaki falls hard to the ground, but from his bag he takes out a pistol loaded with quirk erasing bullets and points it, not at Mirio, but at Eri. What will you do now, hero? I won't get there in time to stop him from shooting, Mirio thought while getting between Eri and Overhaul. Chisaki was about to shoot, but suddenly, Crimson Punch, Izuku arrives at the right time and in one blow destroys Chisaki's weapon. Who is he? Chisaki thought, but then he touches Izuku with his hand, but to his surprise nothing happens to Izuku. What? Your quirk works with any type of physical matter, right? Izuku said before he hit Chisaki in the face. It is a pity that I am made of data. Chisaki falls back to the ground. Agni, Mirio said. Meanwhile, Eri watches Gatomon who was on Izuku's right shoulder. Kitty. Lemillion, are you okay? Izuku asked. Yes, you arrived at the perfect time. Where are the others? I was separated from them. Lemillion, you have to get Eri out of here, I'll deal with Overhaul. What? You will need help. Our goal is to save Eri. Overhaul's quirk doesn't affect me, just like bullets, so don't worry about me. Fine, but how do I get out of here? I don't know the place. I was able to get here by going through all the walls. She will guide you, Izuku said as he turned to see Gatomon on his shoulder. The Digimon nods and passes from Izuku's shoulder to Mirio's. Let's go, Gatomon said. I don't understand what's going on, but I think I have no choice, Mirio said as he carried Eri in his arms. Alright, lead the way. Eri stares at Gatomon. Kitty. Don't worry Eri, you're safe now. After these words, Mirio leaves the place together with Eri and Gatomon. You are not going anywhere, Chisaki screams and then uses her quirk to launch several spikes from the ground at Mirio. Izuku stands between the attack and Mirio. Pyro Punch. destroying the spikes. If you want to get to them, you'll have to kill me. Very well. Chisaki said while touching Kronstasis' body with his right hand and the concrete wall with his right hand. I will kill you slowly and painfully. Suddenly Chirostasis's body, the wall and Chisaki's body parts combine and create a 3-meter Chisaki with a combination of human flesh and concrete forming his body. I am Overhaul. Izuku gets into position and charges at Overhaul. They both collide their fists over and over again. The fight is even. Overhaul's defense is very strong and Izuku's punches don't do much damage, while Overhaul is slow and Izuku manages to dodge all of Overhaul's attacks. With Mirio. Mirio walks the corridors while following Gatamon's instructions, in that he meets Eraserhead, Sir Night-Eye and Rock Lock. Lemillion. Sir Night-Eye said. Sir. Mirio approaches them. I see you have Eri. Good job. Sir Night-Eye said. It was thanks to Agni that I was able to escape with Eri. He stayed behind facing Chisaki. Mirio said. What? He told me that our objective is to rescue Eri. I had no other choice. I see. In that, Sir Night-Eye turns to see Gatamon on Mirio's shoulder. What's that? I am Gatamon. She said. I see that not all humans know about Digimon. Gatamon. Is she a Digimon? Eraserhead thought. That doesn't answer my question. What are you? Sir Night-Eye said. It's the same as Nezu. An animal that awakened a quirk, in this case a cat. Eraserhead said. Or am I wrong, Gatamon? Does he know what I am? I better play along. Gatamon thought. It's correct. I see. All right, Lemillion, get Eri out of here. The rest of us are going to support Agni, Sir Night-Eye said. No. Mirio said. Chisaki's quirk is very difficult to treat. It doesn't affect me because I can go through his hands. But what surprises me the most is that Agni is immune to his quirk. How is that possible? Rock Lock asked. I don't really know, but Agni said something about him being made of data. Data? Sir Night-Eye said. Still, we have to. He's going to win. That voice comes from Eri. Everyone turns to see her. Agni-san is going to win. We better get out of here. Eraserhead said. Eraserhead, are you not suggesting that we leave him behind? Rock Lock said. That boy is pure trouble. But something to recognize is that he is strong. Besides, he is right, we have to save Eri. Besides that he has an advantage against Chisaki, since he is immune to his quirk. Very well, it's time to get out of here. Sir Night-Eye said. Gatamon, guide us, Mirio said. With Izuku and Overhaul. Overhaul swings his fists down, destroying part of the ground as Izuku manages to dodge the attack. Fire darts. Izuku fires, but Overhaul covers his hand from the attack. Overhaul quickly counterattacks and manages to hit Izuku and send him flying, but Izuku recomposes himself in the air and charges at Overhaul again. However, Overhaul was already expecting it and manages to hit him in the stomach. Izuku falls to his knees and Overhaul hits him again, this time crashing into the wall. All your efforts are useless. I will not allow my plans to be destroyed by you, Overhaul said. Suddenly, the rubble goes flying and Izuku emerges from it, now transformed into Burning Greymon. I was able to read everything you did. I will not allow you to continue with such things. You will pay for everything you made Eri suffer. Izuku charges at Overhaul who tries to punch him, but Izuku destroys his arms with one punch each. You are a monster. Izuku punches Overhaul in the stomach which lifts him up, however it doesn't end there. Izuku continues and punches again sending him flying up. A hero must deal with monsters like you. Overhaul crashes through the ceiling. Izuku appears in front of him, completely surrounded by fire and with an expression of fury on his face. It's over. Corona Blaster. Izuku fires from his Rudria Darpana at Overhaul and everything explodes. Outside, with Yukyu's group. Yukyu's group has just defeated Rikia, who had become giant thanks to his quirk. Suddenly Night-Eye's group, minus Izuku, Fat Gum and Kaminari, arrive at the scene. Sir. What happened? Yukyu asked. We have the target. Sir Night-Eye said. We need paramedics. Where are Agni, Chargebolt and Fat Gum? Yukyu asked. Fat Gum and Chargebolt were separated from us, we don't know where they are. As for Agni, he stayed behind facing Chisaki. What? Yukyu and Melissa said. That guy is very dangerous, he needs help. No, from what Mirio told us, Agni is immune to Chisaki's quirk, something about him being made of data, Sir Night-Eye said. That means me and Kaminari are also immune, Melissa thought. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and it explodes near them. Izuku and Overhaul come out of the hole, the latter separated from chronostasis and the concrete returning to its normal form, while Izuku is in the air after the shot. Chisaki falls to the ground next to Rikia, while Izuku lands in front of the heroes. So that's Agni's new transformation. I like it. Yukio thought. Izuku. Melissa runs towards Izuku. Do not worry, I'm fine. Good job Agni, it seems you managed to defeat Chisaki. Sir Night-Eye said. Now we just need to find Sunniator, Chargebolt and Fat Gum. As this happens, Chisaki opens his eyes which were full of fury and touches Rikia's body with his right hand and the ground with his left hand. Suddenly, Rikia's body explodes, and Overhaul's mansion collapses and they begin to merge with Overhaul's body. When the entire mansion and Rikia's body are finished fusing with Overhaul, he is now a 5-meter giant made of a mixture of human flesh and parts of the mansion. Give me back Eri. Yukio, in her dragon form, tries to attack Overhaul but Overhaul knocks her down. Izuku and Melissa do the same, but their fate is the same, they are both shot down by Overhaul. Overhaul tries to crush them with his giant hands, but several shots stop him. When everyone turns to see who it was, they can see Kaminari, in his metal Kabuteramon form, shooting at Overhaul, while a skinny Fat Gum carries an unconscious Tamaki in his arms. Kaminari-kun, Izuku said. That must be his form of his beast spirit. Fat Gum, are you okay? Yukio said. Yes, but Sunniator needs medical attention. First we need to defeat Overhaul. Sir Night-Eye said as he watches as Izuku, Melissa and Kaminari attack Overhaul. In the distance two subjects can see the fight, they are Mercurymon and Ranamon. This has gotten complicated, Ranamon said. Yeah, I don't think they can beat him, Mercurymon said. What should we do? Lord Tamura-kun said that we must make sure that guy is defeated, Ranamon said. I have an idea, but I don't think you're going to like it, Mercurymon said as Ranamon turned to see him. Izuku falls to the ground, Overhaul points one of his hands at him and 3 concrete projectiles in the form of spikes shoot out of them. Izuku couldn't move, but before the projectiles hit him, someone got in his way. Generous mirror. Mercurymon got between Izuku and the projectiles and with one of his mirrors he absorbs Overhaul's attack. Offset reflector. From the other mirror, the same projectiles shoot out and destroy the giant Overhaul's right arm. Mercurymon turns to see Izuku. Hello, Burning Greymon. You. Suddenly, the water that surrounded the place, courtesy of the sewers and broken pipes of the place, begin to gather in one place, the cause, Ranamon. Using the water, she fires a sphere of water at Overhaul which causes him to fall to the ground. Ranamon lands next to Mercurymon. Seeing Burning Greymon, Ranamon lunges towards him and hugs him by the arm. Burning Greymon. Although we are enemies, I'm glad you're okay. Wah. Izuku was confused. In that his face changes to one of seriousness. Mercurymon and Ranamon, what are you doing here? Don't worry, we're not here to fight you, at least not right now, Mercurymon said. We come to help. Ranamon said. What? Why? Lord Tamura wants to get rid of this human. Mercurymon said, referring to Overhaul. That is why I bring you a proposal. Ranamon and I will help in your defeat, but in return you will let us go. Izuku stops to think about the proposal, at which point Kaminari and Melissa arrive. When they see the enemy Digimon they are on guard. Melissa, seeing that Ranamon was hugging Izuku's arm, couldn't help but get angry. Hey you. Let it go, he is my boyfriend. Ranamon sticks her tongue out at Melissa. Forget it, princess. He is mine. Enough, Izuku said as he stood up and freed himself from Ranamon's grasp. Melissa-san, Kaminari-kun, they're not here to fight, they're here to help. This surprises both of them. Oh, so you agree to the deal? Mercurymon said. Izuku sighs. Yes, I accept the deal. Once we defeat Overhaul, we will let you go. Izuku, are you sure about this? Melissa asked. We have no other choice. All right, If you say so. I trust you. Izuku sighs one last time before bumping his fist into his palm. All right, Izuku said as they all get into position, Izuku in the middle, Ranamon and Mercurymon to his left and Melissa and Kaminari to his right. This will be a temporary alliance. Melissa-san, Ranamon, you two with me in the air. Kaminari-kun, Mercurymon, you two on the ground, destroy Overhaul's legs. After these words, Izuku flies in the direction of a recovered Overhaul. Melissa grabs Ranamon by the arm and follows Izuku, taking Ranamon with her. Overhaul prepares to attack, however Mercurymon and Kaminari get under him. Electron Cannon. Miro's Blast. Kaminari shoots from its head cannon and Mercurymon shoots a couple of beams from its mirrors, both attacks destroying Overhaul's legs. Overhaul loses his balance and has to use one of his hands to keep from falling, in that he sees how Izuku, surrounded by fire, approaches. Overhaul tries to dock with his free hand, but is destroyed by a combination of water and wind from Melissa and Ranamon. Izuku stands right in front of Overhaul. Drag Fanger, and he tackles him with his whole body while he is surrounded by fire. Overhaul falls back to the ground. However, he has not been defeated yet. Behind Izuku a giant concrete command hits Izuku and crushes him to the ground. When the hand disappears, Izuku, in his human form, can be seen unconscious on the ground. Izuku, Burning Greymon, Midoriya. The other four scream. Overhaul gets up from the ground and starts attacking them again. Eri, who is observing everything from afar, worries about Izuku when she saw what happened, especially when she recognizes Izuku as the person she met a long time ago. Suddenly her expression changes to a blank and empty face. Everyone present in that place can feel some kind of pressure that makes them stop from everything they were doing. Even Overhaul was affected. They all turn to see the origin of this and see Eri with a blank expression addressing Izuku. Everyone wanted to stop her, but no one could move. Once close to Izuku, Eri begins to speak, her voice echoing and rumbling throughout the place. Noble warrior of fire, I am homeostasis. Hear my voice and rise again. Show everyone the true power of fire. Izuku suddenly opens his eyes. He gets up and lets out a loud cry. Multiple data wheels appear on his left hand. Execute. His D-scan makes contact with the data. Fusion evolution. The data surrounds him. Inside the data, Izuku lets out a roar as fire begins to surround him. Both spirits, the human and the beast, appear at his sides. They both begin to pass in front of him multiple times as each hands him a respective piece of armor. After passing several times, both spirits merge into one and Izuku lets out one last roar before finishing his transformation. The data disappeared and instead of Izuku there was Aldemon. Aldemon has Burning Greymon's body and Agunimon's head and arms. It has a humanoid appearance. With animal features, it has a dark red or fuchsia armor. It also has black and white parts with golden details. In his arms, he possesses Burning Greymon's Rudria Darpana, but they now show the ability to expand outward in a 3-segment configuration. It has a pair of wings, a tail and claws on its feet. His hair is yellowish gold. Izuku takes flight and appears just above Overhaul. Meanwhile Eri smiles at that and faints. Mirio manages to catch her before she hits the ground. Melissa, Kaminari, Mercurymon and Ranamon are watching Izuku from the ground. Mercurymon draws Ranamon's attention. Ranamon, it's time to go. Mercurymon said as he opens a data portal. Aren't you guys supposed to help us take down that guy? Melissa asked. With him here, Overhaul already lost, Mercurymon said. You recognize it? Kaminari asked. That's Aldemon, the fusion of both spirits, beast and human, of fire. He is the Digimon that possesses all the power of ancient Greymon, Mercurymon said. What do you mean? Aldemon is just as powerful as ancient Greymon. After these words, Mercurymon and Ranamon leave in the data portal. I'm not going to say that I liked fighting alongside you, but it was an interesting experience. After this, the portal closes and Mercurymon and Ranamon disappear. Meanwhile Izuku is watching Overhaul. I don't care how many times you get up or how many times you change your appearance. You will never defeat me, Overhaul said while attacking Izuku. Atomic Inferno. Izuku quickly fires a large number of powerful fire projectiles at his enemy with the weapons on his burning arms, destroying both of Overhaul's arms. Izuku concentrates all the possible fire energy in his hands and manages to create a huge fireball of devastating solar temperature. Overhaul does nothing but watch. He knows it's all over. Solar Wind Destroyer. The fireball hits Overhaul, destroying his giant body and returning to his normal form and falling to the ground unconscious. Izuku lands on the ground and returns to his human form, but suddenly falls unconscious to the ground. Melissa and Kaminari return to their human forms and run towards Izuku. Izuku. He is unconscious, probably because of the amount of energy he used. All the heroes stood there observing that. It's over, Sir Night Eye said. Overhaul has been defeated. The operation is over. A few hours later, a transport takes Chisaki in the direction of Tartarus, but a van appears in front of it. Tamura and Dabi come out of the back of the van. And here is our prize, Tamura said. Dabi shoots fire at the transport and it has to stop quickly. Police come out of the truck, but they are trapped by several wooden vines. Courtesy of Petaldragon, who emerges from the ground. Suddenly, out of the transport comes a hero, Snatch, the hero of sand. League of Villains. He attacks Dabi with a lion made of sand. Dabi counterattacks with his blue fire. While both are struggling, a sword pierces Snatch's chest, who could not transform into sand to avoid damage. The sword had pierced his heart. Behind him is Tamura, transformed into Duskman. What a nuisance, because you can't let me make my plans in peace. Damn heroes. After these words, Snatch falls to the ground dead. Shigaraki returns to his human form. Mr. Compress and Magna emerge from the transport carrying a restrained Overhaul on a stretcher. Overhaul turns to see Shigaraki. Are you coming to kill me? Of course not, but I'm not going to set you free either. Shigaraki takes the quirk erasing bullets. Leave them. This puts a smile on Shigaraki's face. Touching the bullets with his 5 fingers, they disintegrate. These things are useless to me, but you will be very useful to me. But before that, Shigaraki touches both of Chisaki's forearms and disintegrates them, separating his hands from his body. Now you will no longer cause problems, he said as he took Chisaki's stretcher and dragged it in the direction of his truck while the rest of the league follows him. Where are you taking me? What will you do to me? Chisaki asked. I already told you, you will be useful to me, rather, your quirk will be useful to me. It's a very powerful quirk that in the hands of an idiot like you is being wasted. Shigaraki said. I heard that you like experimenting with humans. I hope you like being experimented on in the same way. This causes Chisaki to widen his eyes in fear. I warn you, what that girl suffered will not compare to what you will suffer with us. Chisaki's face changes to one of terror. Chisaki screams in despair. Aaaaaah. Help me. That was the last thing heard from him as Shigaraki closes the doors at the back of the truck and it leaves. After everything that happened, everyone involved in the break-in at Overhaul's mansion was taken to the nearest hospital. Very well. You are discharged from the hospital, young Kaminari. A doctor said to Kaminari. To make sure I did a complete physical exam. In general you are fine. You have a few scrapes and a cut on your lip, but nothing to worry about, that will heal on its own. The only thing is that your right arm suffered some damage, nothing to worry about, but try not to force it too much for a few days. Sweet, thank you doc. Kaminari said as he leaves the room where he was. Once outside he meets Melissa and Aizawa. Melissa, Aizawa-sensei, I see that you are well. Yes, Kazemon took all the damage. As we know, the damage that our Digimon forms suffer is not passed on to our bodies, Melissa said. I only suffered a couple of bruises, Aizawa said. And what about the rest? Kaminari asked. Amajiki received a huge cut on his face, but luckily it will heal without scars over time. Fat Gum received several bone fractures, but he appears to be doing well. Finally, Rock Lock suffered a leg injury, but will recover. The rest received minor injuries and have already been discharged, Aizawa said. And what about Eri? Melissa asked. Eri is awake, she is stable, but she is under observation. No one can go to see her since at the moment the girl does not feel comfortable with people around her. Mirio and the Digimon are the only exceptions. She seems to be comfortable with the Digimon, and with Mirio she is neutral. Aizawa said. She also asked about Midoriya, but he can't go see her, damn it. It's true. I heard something about that Digimon. Gatomon is called, right? Kaminari asked. Yes, we don't know much about her, but Eri trusts her, so for now we let her stay with her. Most likely Gatomon will stay with Eri. Aizawa said. By the way, all of us who have already been discharged will meet at the same meeting place we used to plan the raid. Since you were also part of the raid, you also have to go. I feel like a professional now. Kaminari said with a smile. Melissa smiled at this too, however her thoughts were different. He didn't mention anything about Izuku. I hope nothing bad has happened. Meeting place. Everyone involved in Eri's rescue who had already been discharged was at the scene, discussing everything that had happened and reading the reports and results of the operation. In short, the operation was a complete success. There were no casualties on our side. We rescued our target and managed to arrest all the precepts of death, with the exception of Iranaka, who was found dead. Sir Night said. I thank all of you and everyone who is still in the hospital for your help. However, there is an issue I want to address. What is it about? Yukio said. The transport that was taking Chisaki to Tartarus was attacked, Sir Night said. What? By whom? A hero said. We have seen the recording of the transport and we confirm that they were attacked by the League of Villains, Sir Night said. The League of Villains? Aizawa said. That's right, the recordings had no audio, but we were able to see everything that happened. The League attacked Midway, incapacitated the policeman, and Tamura Shigaraki killed the professional hero Snatch. Sir Night said. This caused many to sigh in surprise. However, what surprises me the most is that they weren't behind the quirk erasing bullets. What do you mean? Those bullets would have been very useful in his hands, Yukio said. I also find it hard to believe, but I saw it with my own eyes. After killing Snatch, Tamura Shigaraki destroyed the bullets with his quirk and kidnapped Chisaki. We know it was a kidnapping and not a rescue due to Chisaki's expressions of terror, Sir Night said, in addition to disabling Chisaki's quirk by removing his hands. That means they want Chisaki for something other than being a part of the League, Aizawa said. Exactly, we don't know anything else, but Gran Torino and Tsukauchi are after a member of the League. Kurogiri was spotted on the outskirts of the city, Sir Night said. Well, if we catch him, maybe we can interrogate him, a hero said. That also brings me to another matter. 2 members of the League, identified as Stain and Himiko Toga, were confirmed to help us against Chisaki, Sir Night said. Really? It is hard to believe it. Why would they help us? A hero said. We know why. Kaminari said. They themselves confirmed to us that Tamura Shigaraki ordered them to make sure Chisaki is defeated. Perhaps to facilitate his kidnapping, Melissa said. It may be. The truth is that Tamura Shigaraki is a mystery. It seems that he acts in an erratic and senseless way, but in the end, everything has a purpose. Aizawa said. Something tells me that All for One's defeat is also part of a larger plan. Without a doubt, Tamura Shigaraki is someone who should not be underestimated. Despite his young age, he acts as if he has everything under control. Even his defeats seem to be planned, Sir Night said. Finally, there is one last topic to discuss. Eri. What's with her? Yukio said. I think we can't forget what happened in the fight against Chisaki, the pressure we all felt and how he spoke to Midoriya and made him wake up and become stronger, Sir Night said. You're right. She called herself Homeostae, Yukio said. That's right. Not only that, apparently she managed to influence Midoriya so that he obtained a new transformation, Sir Night said. That means there is some kind of relationship, but I don't know what. It definitely has to do with Digimon. I'll have to ask Nezu. Aizawa thought. Maybe it has to do with the quirk evolution. Nezu's theory? Yukio asked. It's the only relationship I can think of. That it was Midoriya and not someone else just makes it more feasible, Aizawa said. Good point. We should investigate more on the matter, Sir Night. We could let Eri be under the care of the UA. In this way we could find out more since we have several students with their quirk evolved. In addition to the fact that Mirio is also part of the UA, and he is the only one with whom Eri feels comfortable, or at least she doesn't feel uncomfortable, Aizawa said. Good idea, that sounds good to me. Mirio said. But where will she live? She can live with me, Aizawa said. And what about that Gatomon? Centipeder said. Eri trusts her. I don't see a problem with her also staying with me, Aizawa said. I still find it hard to believe that we found another animal that got a quirk, just like Nezu, Najire said. Then it is agreed, Eri will remain under the care of the Ua. Sir Night-Eye said. Eraserhead, I trust you'll look into the homeostasis thing. Yes, I will inform Nezu about that. All right, I'll end this meeting, Sir Night-Eye said. As everyone leaves, Melissa and Kaminari approach Aizawa. Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei, Melissa said. Yes, when we were in the hospital, you didn't mention anything about Izuku. I thought he'd be here, but he wasn't. Did something happen to him? Melissa said. Aizawa turns to the ground and then sighs to see both students again. I didn't want to tell you, for fear of how you would have reacted, but I think it's only fair that you know. Aizawa said. This worried both students. Izuku Midoriya hasn't woken up from his coma yet. Hospital. Izuku's room. In the room, an unconscious Izuku is lying on the bed, with serum connected to him due to his unconsciousness. Sitting next to the bed is his mother, Inko Midoriya, who was notified, at Aizawa's request, of her son's condition. The door to the room opens and Inko can see Aizawa standing in the doorway. An apology for the intrusion, but they wanted to see Midoriya. Aizawa said as Melissa, in tears, and Kaminari, with a worried expression, entered the room. You must be Izuku's friends, Inko said. Well, yes, we were also involved in the rescue operation, that's why only we are here. The rest don't know what we've been doing, Kaminari said. Thanks for coming to see him. I'm glad Izuku has such good friends, Inko said. Forests outside the city. Thanks to reports and testimonials from various people, we were able to find you, Gran Torino said. The most troublesome member of the League, Kurogiri, you are under arrest. Gran Torino has managed to catch Kurogiri. To the surprise of everyone there, he did not put up much resistance. We have to be careful, he can open portals, we have to restrict him as soon as possible, Tsukauchi said. Kurogiri said. I am expendable now that Tamura can open the digital portals at will. Digital portals, Gran Torino said. Did you let yourself get caught now? No, my capture isn't part of the plan, but it won't hurt Tamura either, that's why he sent me, I'm expendable, Kurogiri said. He sent you here why? Tsukauchi said. To make sure he gets to Tamura Shigaraki. After these words from Kurogiri, the ground begins to shake. From among the trees a gigantic figure emerges. Makindramon. Tamura Shigaraki calls you. Makindramon is made from synthesized body parts of many cyborg Digimon. Megadramon's helmet and right claw. Metal Tyranimon's jaw and chest circuits. Two of Metal Mememon's Psycho Blasters. Metal Greymon's left claw and chest plates. And Andromon's shoulder pads. Its tail is a hollow stump, which it can extend, revealing rotating beam-like weaponry. What is that thing? Lord Tamura needs me, Makindramon said. Yes, and I'll take you with him, Kurogiri said as he used a portal to transport Makindramon. Stop, Gran Torino said as he hit Kurogiri, however it was too late, Makindramon was no longer there. Too late, hero, Kurogiri said before falling unconscious. Hospital, Izuku's room. Physically he is healthy, there are no physical problems. A doctor said. But we can't say the same for his state of mind. What do you mean? Aizawa said. The doctor has arrived, they had carried out some studies on Izuku to know exactly what is happening to him. It's complicated, but it's like there's nothing, his mind is absent. The brain works well, so it can continue to breathe automatically, just like his organs are working well, but within its conscience, it is as if there was nothing. The doctor said. We don't know exactly if he will ever wake up. He will. That caught everyone's attention. Melissa had said that. I know Izuku, and he would never give up, that's why he will wake up. Yes, Izuku is the coolest person I've ever met, if there's anyone who can top this, it's him, Kaminari said. Aizawa smiles at those words. Midoriya, they really trust you, you better wake up. Tears begin to come out of Inko's eyes. Thank you for your words, for some reason they fill me with hope. In that, Inko turns to see Melissa. You talk as if your relationship with Izuku is closer. Melissa blushes a little. Well, we're dating. Izuku has a girlfriend. Inko takes Melissa's hands. That makes me very happy. When Izuku wakes up, you have to come home one day. Why yes, that would be nice, Melissa said. I'm sorry to interrupt this moment, but it's time to go. We have to go back to the UA, Aizawa said. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Kaminari said. Nice to meet you Midoriya-san. It was also nice to meet you Mrs. Midoriya, Melissa said. Please, you can call me Inko. Oh okay, it was nice meeting you Inko. 1A dorms. Melissa and Kaminari enter the dorms. To their surprise, all their classmates were waiting for them. Guys, they are back. We were very worried about you. Are you okay? As everyone asks Melissa and Kaminari questions, someone notices someone missing. Wait, Shinso said. Where is Midoriya? This question made everyone aware of the absence of their green-haired classmate. Melissa and Kaminari turned to look at each other and their expressions changed to sad ones. What happened? Unknown place. Izuku suddenly opens his eyes. The place where he is a type of field, full of grass and some flowers, however he does not know where he is. Izuku runs his right hand across his face, however his left eye widens in shock. His entire right arm was weird, although it was still shaped like an arm, it was made of data, literally data. Checking himself, Izuku realizes that his right leg, right torso, and the right side of his face are in the same state. What is happening to me? You really outdid yourself this time. A voice said. Seeing the origin of the voice, Izuku can see Ancient Greymon in front of him. Ancient Greymon, what is happening to me? Izuku said in despair. In a few words, you broke. Ancient Greymon said. Be broke. Calm down a bit and let me explain. What happened is that the moment you unlocked Aldemon. Aldemon, is that the new transformation I used? Izuku asked. That's right, Aldemon is the fusion of both spirits, human and beast. By uniting both spirits you have access to all my power. What happens, although your body was ready for the transformation, your mind was not, and when you returned to your human form it was fragmented. Those fragments were scattered in the digital world, although I was able to intervene in time and save most of them, parts of your mind are still missing, therefore your current appearance. I see, but what does my mind have to do with my body? Very simple, your body is in your world. While what you are now is only a digital projection of your consciousness, separated from your body by what I have explained to you. So, I'm in the digital world. I can't go back to my body. Until you are whole again, I'm afraid not. How many parts of my conscience are missing? There are still 4 to find. Luckily, they are all spread out close to each other, just in different places. So, I just need to find them. That's right, just by touching them. They will become part of you again and a piece of your appearance will be rebuilt. But you must be careful, several Digimon are after these parts. Don't worry, I'll use my transformations to defend myself. That's the other part one wanted to tell you about. You can't transform. What? Why? The 4 spirits of your transformations, Flamemon, Agunimon, Burning Greymon and Aldemon, were linked to your missing parts, therefore they are not inside you. You will not be able to transform until you recover them all. So, how can I defend myself? I managed to get someone's help. A Digimon arrives at the place, seeing it Izuku seems to recognize it. Agumon. The Digimon is an Agumon, but somewhat different, its physique is slightly different as well as having red leather belts around its arms. Yes, that's right, I'm an Agumon. Who are you? I'm Izuku. I'm sorry. It's just that you look different from an Agumon I met. Nice to meet you Izuku, and don't worry, it's not the first time that someone told me that, Agumon said. Agumon will help you while you can't transform, Ancient Greymon said as a device appears in front of Izuku. The device has a rectangular shape, it is dark gray with orange details. It has a screen at the top front and 3 orange buttons below the screen. The device ends with a white circle at the bottom. On the right side it has a second screen. If you're wondering, It's the Digimon Saver's Digivice, the second version of the Digivice. This is a Digivice buster. With this you can make Agumon digivolve when necessary. Ancient Greymon explained while Izuku analyzed the Digivice. Not only that, if you press the central button, the Digivice will show you a map of the place and point out the locations of the missing parts of your consciousness. As Ancient Greymon explained this, Izuku pressed the indicated button and could see the map. It was different from File Island. This is not File Island. We are on the Folder Continent, Agumon said. Oh, interesting name. I guess we better get going, Izuku said. Good luck Izuku Midoriya, Ancient Greymon said before disappearing. Alright, let's go Agumon, Izuku said before displaying the map. The closest one is in this location, come on. Izuku closes the map and they both set off. Izuku and Agumon are crouched while in the distance is a forest. Izuku is looking through binoculars, no idea where he got them from, and in the distance, he can see one of the fragments of his consciousness that he lacks. That fragment has the shape of Flamemon's spirit. There it is, the first fragment, Izuku said. Yeah, but it's in the middle of Monochromon territory. They are generally docile, but if you enter their territory and they consider you a danger, which I think they will since they haven't seen any humans before, then they won't hesitate to attack you. Then what do we do? That's why you have the Digivice Buster and me, Agumon said. Right, alright Agumon, let's do it, Izuku said as he took the D-Buster. From now on I will call the Digivice Buster as D-Buster for short. Data appears on Izuku's right hand. DNA charge. Izuku enters the data into the D-Buster. Agumon Digivolve to. Agumon's appearance begins to change. Geogreymon. Geogreymon is an orange ceratosaurus whose design carries elements of the classic monster Gamora with orange eyes, and spikes on its arms, shoulders, and jaw, with blue tips on them. It has blue stripes on its legs, arms, neck, thorax, mouth and tail. It wears red training bracers and a brown helmet with 3 horns and multiple spikes on it. The helmet also has red stripes, and the spikes have red tips. Izuku climbs on Geogremon's shoulder. Alright Geogreymon. Go. Geogreymon lets out a roar and goes to the forest. Once he reaches the place where the fragment of consciousness was, the Monochromon begin to attack him. Geogreymon starts defending himself by hitting the Monochromon with his tail. Taking advantage of the distraction, Izuku gets off Geogreymon and heads towards the fragment of consciousness. Once in front he takes it, and it merges with him. After the fragment joins Izuku, the missing part of his torso returns and is normal again. It worked, Izuku thought excitedly. Geogreymon knocks down a Monochromon. Izuku. It worked. Izuku climbs back onto Geogreymon's shoulder. Yes. Now let's get out of here. You don't have to tell me twice. Mega Flame. Geogreymon said as he shot a ball of fire from his mouth. The fireball hits the ground causing the Monochromon to back off. Taking advantage of this, Geogreymon escapes from the place. Alright, we've got 1 fragment, only 3 to go, Izuku said. I hope they are all equally easy to recover. Don't worry, I'm here to help if things get dangerous, Geogreymon said. Thanks, Izuku says as he displays the map. Alright, the next one is that way. Let's go Geogreymon, Izuku said as he pointed to a direction and Geogreymon followed Izuku's instructions. Little more than a week has passed since Izuku began his search for the missing fragments of his consciousness. At the moment he has only managed to recover 2 and along with them, the spirits of Flamemon and Agunimon, although he still could not transform until he recovers them all. We are in an underground base. Inside this there are several Digimon with the appearance of a tree trunk. These Digimon are Woodmon. Several of them seem to approach a figure taller than all of them. The figure is their leader, a Digimon with the appearance of a large tree, Cherrymon. Cherrymon, look what we found, one of the Woodmon said as he approached his leader. Cherrymon looks at what the Woodmon brought him. It is one of the spirits of the 10 legendary warriors. Cherrymon takes the spirit. Interesting, it seems to be tied to some kind of data. With this we will become more powerful. I just need to find a way to separate the spirit from this data. As Cherrymon analyzes this, another Woodmon approaches. Excuse me, Cherrymon. Yes, Cherrymon said. Someone wants to talk to you. The Woodmon said. Let them pass. After these words the Woodmon let a large figure enter. A Rise Greymon, along with a strange creature. Cherrymon said, indeed, now Geo Greymon is a Rise Greymon and carries Izuku on his left shoulder. Rise Greymon is an orange cyborg ceratosaurus with amber eyes, spikes on its right shoulder and jaw, and orange fur on its head. The tip of its tail is gray, and it has blue stripes on its legs, neck and mouth, and a revolver for a left arm. It wears a red chest plate, a metallic helmet with 3 horns on it, and also has red mechanic wings with 3 cannons on each. You are Cherrymon, right? Izuku asked. That's right, strange creature. Tell me what you want to talk to me about. I'm very busy as you can see, Cherrymon said. Actually, it has to do with that, Izuku said as he points to the shard of his consciousness. That's a fragment of mine and I need it. The spirit of one of the legendary warriors is part of you. I find it very difficult to believe, Cherrymon said. Or maybe you want it to increase your own power, Cherrymon said aggressively. Hey calm old trunk, Rise Greymon said. And what about you? What is a Rise Greymon doing accompanying this creature? Cherrymon asked. I was entrusted with his protection, Rise Greymon said. Sorry but I don't buy it, Cherrymon said. What do you want the spirit for? It is true, we don't want any trouble. I just need to retrieve one of my missing fragments and that's it, Izuku said. Yeah, right, vine attack, Cherrymon said before attacking with several vines against Rise Greymon. Rise Greymon dodges vines while flying, he then points his gun at Cherrymon. I'm sorry, but you give us no choice. Trident revolver. Rise Greymon quickly fires 3 blasts from his revolver which hit Cherrymon and make him fall to the ground. Seeing this, the Woodmon begin to attack Rise Greymon who was just pushing them away since he and Izuku don't want to destroy them. Cherrymon gets up and attacks Rise Greymon again with more vines. As Rise Greymon avoids the vines, Cherrymon attacks him from the side with his staff and knocks him down. Izuku falls off Rise Greymon's shoulder. Cherrymon takes advantage of this and manages to catch Rise Greymon with the vines. It's time for you to get out of here, Cherrymon said. I think it's time to level up, Izuku, Rise Greymon said. Right. Data appears on Izuku's right hand. DNA charge. Izuku enters the data into the D-Buster. Overdrive. Rise Greymon digivolve to. Rise Greymon frees himself from the vines and his appearance begins to change. Shine Greymon. Shine Greymon is a humanoid dragon covered in red and white armor, wearing a golden helmet with 3 horns and red markings on the helmet mask and tips of the 2 horns in the back. Its frontal horn in the front is shaped like a blade. It has golden braces on its wrists and ankles, 3 golden claws are located on its knuckles near the back hand, and golden talons located on its feet. It has 6 red folded armored wings which looks almost angelic when opened and has a fire design on the covert of the wings. It has a long armored tail with a sun symbol on the tip of it. It has spikes located on its kneecap, and wears tire-like shoulder pads with blade-like spikes that are shown towards the front. It has lenses located on its abdomen, wings and back. I'm sorry Cherrymon, but you left us no choice, Shine Greymon said as he punched Cherrymon and sent him to the ground with a punch. Falling to the ground, Cherrymon drops Izuku's fragment of consciousness, who sees this and jumps to grab it. Cherrymon tries to avoid it, but Shine Greymon throws him away so he can't do anything. Upon touching the shard, it fuses with Izuku while Izuku's right arm returns to its normal appearance. Only his right part of the face is missing. Once Izuku recovers his memory fragment, he turns to see Shine Greymon. Time to leave. Shine Greymon takes Izuku with his hand and puts him on his right shoulder. You don't have to tell me twice. Don't think I'll let you escape, Cherrymon said as he got up. I'm sorry, but we have to go, Shine Greymon said before pointing his arms up. Sparkle shoot, quickly shooting light bullets at the ceiling, destroying it and creating an escape route, which he uses when flying and leaving the place at full speed. That was close, Izuku said. This was without a doubt the most difficult to recover at least until now, one is still missing. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Just tell me the way, Shine Greymon said. Thanks for your help, Shine Greymon. If it wasn't for you, I think I would never have been able to recover the first fragment, Izuku said as he projected the map from his D-Buster. Alright, continue in the direction you're at, I'll tell you when to stop, Izuku said. Yes, Shine Greymon said as he increased his speed. An hour has passed and Izuku and Shine Greymon are yet to reach the right place. To break the silence, Shine Greymon decides to ask Izuku things. Tell me, Izuku, you told me about your friends, tell me more. Well, I have some friends. They are not many, but it's okay. There's Uraraka-san and Iida-kun. Then there's Shinso-kun, my first friend in a long time, Todoroki-kun, and Kaminari-kun, these three are also chosen ones. Finally, there is Melissa. She is my friend, but she is also my girlfriend, Izuku said with a slight blush at the end. Girlfriend? What's that? Shine Greymon asked. Well, it's someone with whom I do romantic things more or less, Izuku said. To be honest, he's still completely inexperienced when it comes to love. Oh, I see your mate, Shine Greymon said. Something like that, Izuku said, in that his D-Buster makes a noise that indicates that they are close to a fragment. Izuku projects the map. Shine Greymon, begin to descend. We are close. Once Shine Greymon lands, in front of them is a gigantic cave. Izuku steps down from Shinigremon's shoulder. Alright, according to the map, the last fragment is inside this cave. Let's not waste time then. After these words, both go into the cave. The further they went, the darker the place was. I don't see anything. Shine Greymon, can you light up the place? Izuku said, however he didn't get a response from his partner. Shine Greymon. Izuku tries to find his partner, but there seems to be no sign of him. Shine Greymon. Izuku tries to look for his partner, but he couldn't find him. The cave was too dark to see anything. At that, Izuku could visualize the end of the cave, an exit. Seen what I have seen, there are two options, either this is a tunnel, or I turned around and went back to the entrance of the cave. I guess there's only one way to find out. Once Izuku leaves the cave, he is surprised by the place in which he is. The place seems to be a beach, but not from the digital world, a beach in his world, to be more exact the beach of Dagoba. This is impossible. I'm not supposed to be in my world. I haven't regained the last fragment of consciousness yet. Izuku looks at the place again. It is Dagoba Beach, but the place seemed darker. A cloudy mist covered all in the background and the atmosphere was gray and gloomy. This place gives me the creeps. Turning to see the pier and the viewpoint of the beach, Izuku can see that there is a shiny object in the middle. When he approaches it, he can see that it is the last fragment of his consciousness. Izuku slowly gets closer, but suddenly the sea starts to get rough, and the place starts to shake. Suddenly, from the sea, a Digimon comes out. Its appearance is that of a huge scarlet crocodile, with two tails. It has a metal-covered snout and huge blue scales on its back. The Digimon turns to see Izuku. A human? What is a human doing in this place? He says, however he notices the fragment of consciousness. A spirit of the 10 legendary warriors. So, you are one of those famous chosen humans who helped defeat Beelzemon. The Digimon opens its big jaws. I will take revenge for him. The Digimon charged at Izuku, who couldn't do anything but watch, couldn't transform and therefore didn't have the speed to dodge the attack. Before the Digimon could deliver the attack, Shine Greymon appears between Izuku and the Digimon and stops both jaws with his arms. I won't let you. Shine Greymon manages to knock the enemy Digimon away from Izuku, however the enemy recovers and attacks with its tail. Acting quickly, Shine Greymon grabs Izuku and manages to dodge the attack, however this attack destroys the dock. No, there was the last fragment of my consciousness, Izuku said. We have bigger problems right now, Shine Greymon said. We have Leviamon in front of us. Leviamon, one of the 7 great demon lords. Exactly that one. Damn, listen, we just need to get my fragment of consciousness back and then get out of here. By the way, where are we? We are in the Dark Ocean. An alternate dimension of the digital world. Like the dark area, negative feelings prevail here. The only way to get here is to be an evil Digimon or fall prey to your repressed negative feelings. But most likely we were able to get here because your last bit of consciousness is here, Shine Greymon explained. And how do we get out of here? I don't know. This is bad. You won't escape, Leviamon said. Thunder breath. He then breathes fire along with a roaring sound. Shine Greymon manages to dodge the attack and summons his sword, the Geo-Gray sword. Quickly charging at Leviamon with his sword, ready to slash at his enemy. However, Leviamon uses his tails to counterattack and knock Shine Greymon onto the beach. Leviamon attacks again with its jaws, opening them to bite Shine Greymon, who uses his sword to prevent Leviamon's jaws from closing, and quickly aiming at Leviamon. Shining Blast, quickly attacking his opponent with a burst of light that he creates using his wings. The attack hits Leviamon, but this only causes him to spit out the Geo-Gray sword. Duo Tail Strike. Leviamon quickly attacks with its two tails, sending Shine Greymon flying. Recovering in midair, Shine Greymon lands. Shine Greymon, are you okay? Izuku asked. Yes, but I don't think I can beat him. I think you're right. We should recover your fragment of consciousness and get out of here, Shine Greymon said. I'll distract him while you search for the fragment in the ocean. But I'm going to drown. Don't worry, this place works differently. Although it is an ocean, you can breathe inside it. After thinking for a few seconds, Izuku sees no other option. Okay, but you'll need more power. I'm ready. Let's do it. Izuku takes the D-Buster. Charge. A data purge comes out of the side screen. DNA. Izuku runs his right hand over the data and then puts it into the D-Buster. Burst mode. Shine Greymon starts to shine. Shine Greymon digivolves to Shine Greymon. Burst mode. Shine Greymon burst mode looks like an enhanced version of Shine Greymon, replacing all golden parts of its armor with red. The fin on its helmet has gotten bigger. It lost all the spikes it retained in its previous form. Its wings are now made of fire, and the tip of its tail has been replaced with a lit flame. It also wields a flame sword and a flame shield. Without saying anything else, Shine Greymon charges at Leviamon. Once close, Shine Greymon attacks with his sword and Leviamon with his tails. Both attacks hit each other, and an explosion occurs. Taking advantage of this, Izuku goes to the destroyed dock and plunges into the dark ocean. To his surprise, even though he was in the water and had to swim, Izuku could breathe without any problems. Diving deeper and deeper in the direction of the only glow he could see. After several minutes, Izuku reaches the fragment of consciousness that he needs. He takes it with his hands, but, to his surprise, it does not merge with him. Strange, maybe it's because of where I'm at, Izuku thought. However, in front of him a red eye opens. Izuku walks away a bit in fright and can see a large black figure in the shape of an Egyptian sphinx locked inside a dark data field. Izuku stares at him, and to his surprise, the missing fragment of his consciousness now merges with him, and his D-scan appears in his hand. But that was not all. His D-scan starts to glow and out of it comes a purge of data that starts to surround the dark data field. Izuku, with its complete appearance recovered, doesn't know what is happening and he can't stop it either. Several seconds later, the dark data field breaks and the Digimon widens its eyes in surprise and begins to rise out of the ocean. Izuku just stares at the place where that Digimon was, thinking that maybe he did something wrong, but something catches his attention. Further down the ocean I can see a figure. Seeing it better, he is surprised to identify the figure. It's a human, Izuku thought in surprise. The human is a tall, pale young man of a slim, somewhat lanky build, described to be in his early 20s. He has white hair with a few red streaks at its crown that spikes upward around his head, hanging low over his eyes, which are closed. But the most surprising thing about his face is that he seems to have scars from a facial reconstruction, especially on his chin. The person was dressed in a simple hospital shirt and hospital shorts. An imaginary cookie for those who manage to guess who he is. What is a human doing here? Who is he? It looks like, before he could finish his thoughts, the tail of the Sphinx Digimon he released from the data field grabs him and starts pulling him towards the surface. Wait. I need to save him. Back to the surface. Thunder breath. Leviamon attacks with fire from its mouth. However, Shine Greymon covers himself with his shield as he approaches Leviamon. Once close, Corona Blaze sword. Shine Greymon fuses its flaming shield and sword into a greatsword with explosively increased power and then swing down at Leviamon, causing enough damage and causing it to fall back into the ocean. Leviamon comes out of the ocean a few seconds later. Enough. It's time to stop playing games. Crest of Envy, give me your... Leviamon did not finish speaking that at that moment the Sphinx Digimon emerges from the ocean with Izuku riding on it. Ancient Sphinxmon, it's impossible. Izuku, Shine Greymon said before standing next to Ancient Sphinxmon. This is impossible, he must be dead. I must warn the others, I think the Dark Ocean will no longer be safe to hide either. Leviamon thought. You won this time. But next time you won't be so lucky. Leviamon said before leaving in a data portal. After this, Shine Greymon looks at Izuku. I see you not only recovered your last memory fragment, but you also found Ancient Sphinxmon. This is Ancient Sphinxmon. Yes. Don't tell me you don't know him. I know who he is, but I've never seen him before. Izuku said. But what were you doing here, Ancient Sphinxmon? Ancient Sphinxmon lands on the beach and Izuku climbs down from him. First of all, thank you very much, Chosen One of the Fire. To answer your question, I was trapped. Luciman trapped me and imprisoned me in this place so he could use my descendants as he pleased. Ancient Sphinxmon said. But now you've set me free, thank you very much. You're welcome, but aren't you supposed to be dead? Make no mistake, I'm dead. My spirit is the one that was trapped. Luciman took my powers from me and corrupted them to give them to the human known as Tamura Shigaraki. Yes, I am aware of that. Currently I am fighting against him and his allies. I know, I've seen it all. Now that you're free, that means Tamura will lose the corrupted D-scan. Not quite. Ancient Sphinxmon said. You can still use it, but temporarily. You can use it until the last of the corrupted energy leaves the D-scan. After that I can recover the powers of my descendants and search for a true Chosen One. Good to know. Now we just have to force Shigaraki to use the D-scan several times. Correct. Now, it's time for you to return to your world. I can get you out of the Dark Ocean. Great. Thanks. Wait. In the ocean, there is a human in there, Izuku said. We have to save him. I'm afraid you can't. His condition is special. Ancient Sphinxmon said. What do you mean? It's complicated, but don't worry about him. I'll take care of getting him out of here, but first I need Tamura Shigaraki to lose the corrupted D-scan. But, Izuku tried to say but couldn't say anything. I guess you're right. I know it's hard for you to leave behind someone who needs help, but that's the only thing we can do for him. Wait. Okay, I guess it's time for you to get us out of here, Izuku said. That's right, Izuku Midoriya. Shine Greymon, thank you. Ancient Greymon said so that his eyes begin to shine. Izuku can only see a flash and several seconds later he is back in the digital world, in front of the cave which took him to the Dark Ocean. Next to him is Shine Greymon. Izuku looks at his hands and passes them over his face. Yes, all that just happened. That was something very strange. Yeah, Shine Greymon said before returning to his Agumon form. At least we managed to completely rebuild you. Yes, now what? Now it's time for you to return to your world. Ancient Greymon said appearing in front of Izuku and Agumon and scaring them both. I see, Izuku said as he held his chest. After calming down Izuku turns to see Agumon. I guess this is the farewell. Yeah, it was great while it lasted, I'm glad I met you. Izuku gives Agumon a hug. Me too, thank you very much for your help, Agumon. In that, Izuku turns to see Ancient Greymon. First of all, there is something I need to tell you, Ancient Greymon. Izuku proceeds to tell Ancient Greymon everything that happened in the Dark Ocean. Once the explanation ends, Ancient Greymon is silent. I see. I'm glad to know my friend is okay. However, the thing about that human in the Dark Ocean surprises me. Yes, me too. However, what surprises me the most is that he looks a bit like Todoroki's father, Endeavor. Izuku said thoughtfully. Now that I think about it. Todoroki mentioned that one of his brothers died in an accident. Maybe that accident didn't kill him and instead transported him somehow to the digital world and the Dark Ocean. Maybe. Still, we must trust Ancient Sphinxmon and make Tamura Shigaraki lose the corrupted D-scan. Yes. Izuku said. All right, it's time for you to return to your world, Ancient Greymon said. Izuku begins to glow and float. Seeing Agumon one last time, Izuku smiles at him and waves goodbye. Goodbye Agumon. After those words, Izuku disappears. Human world. Izuku opens his eyes. After regaining his consciousness he looks around. I'm in a hospital, well that's pretty obvious. I wonder how long has been in this world. Izuku starts to get up and gets into a sitting position, his body still somewhat tense. It must have been a while, my body feels weak from lack of movement. Izuku turns to his right, his mother is there, sleeping in a chair, leaning against him. Izuku touches her back and moves her slightly to wake her up. Inko wakes up and rubs her eyes. Once her sight recovers from sleep, Inko widens her eyes in surprise to see Izuku awake. Izuku. Hi, I'm awake, Izuku said, in that his mother gives him a hug while tears come out of her eyes. Izuku returns the hug. Very well young Midoriya, everything is fine, you don't have any kind of sequels, so you shouldn't have any problem with going back to your normal life. A doctor said. After Izuku woke up the doctors did some tests to see the state of his health. Izuku is eating some katsudon, he was hungry. Thank you very much. One question, how long was I unconscious? Little more than a week. The doctor said. I see, Izuku said. The same time I was in the digital world, maybe it's because my physical body was here. We've already informed Principal Nezu, he says he'll send someone to take you back to the UA. The doctor said. Since your results are fine, we don't see the need for you to stay here, so we officially discharge you. Thank you doctor. Inko said. Once the doctor leaves the room, Izuku addresses his mother. Are you going to let me go back to UA? Yes, as much as I'm scared that this will happen again. I know I can't take that away from you. Inko said. By the way, your friends came to see you once, I also met Melissa. Why did you never tell me you had a girlfriend? I was going to, but everything with Eri happened and I couldn't tell you, Izuku said. A few hours later, Izuku is already changed to his normal clothes. He was just waiting for them to come for him, his mother is with him. At that, the door opens and Aizawa enters the room. You finally woke up problem child, Aizawa said. Aizawa-sensei, I didn't expect you to be the one to pick me up, Izuku said. You were a student in my class, so you are my responsibility, Aizawa said. Besides, she wanted to see you. After those words, a little girl enters the room and runs to hug Izuku, along with her enters a cat-like creature. Izuku recognizes them instantly. Eri-chan. Gatomon. There was an agreement and UA will take care of Eri, she will be staying with me. And Eri feels comfortable with Gatomon by her side, so we let her stay with Eri and me, Aizawa explained. I see, I'm glad you're okay Eri-chan, Izuku said. It's thanks to you Agni-san, Eri said with a smile, which made Izuku smile too. Alright, it's time to go problem child, Aizawa said, then he turns to see Inko. Don't worry about Midoriya-san, I'll make sure the problem child doesn't do anything like this again. I leave him in your capable hands Aizawa-san, Inko said. After this, Izuku says goodbye to his mother and gets into Aizawa's car to return to the UA. On the way, Aizawa decides to talk to Izuku. So, what happened to you? Is it okay for us to talk about this with Eri here? Don't worry, Eri probably won't understand and Gatomon is a Digimon, so you can talk freely. Well, it was because I used Aldemon, my new transformation, ahead of time. My mind wasn't ready and it broke into several fragments. I spent all this time in the digital world recovering them. I see that explains a lot of things, Aizawa said. I know I was unconscious for over a week. What did I miss while I was gone? Izuku asked. Not much. You missed the cultural festival. Besides, the rest of the chosen ones went to the digital world to help again, and before you ask me, you better ask them how it went, Aizawa said. I see. I hope everything went well. By the way, I see that Gatomon doesn't do anything to hide, Izuku noticed. Don't worry, we passed her off as an animal that developed a quirk, just like Nezu Bokomon, Aizawa said. Very well, we have arrived, Go to the dorms, I have things to do now that you are back. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. See you later I guess. Izuku gets out of the car. See you Eri-chan, I'm glad you're okay. Gatomon, see you too. After saying goodbye, Izuku heads towards the dorms with some nerves since he doesn't know how his classmates, his friends or, even worse, Melissa, will react. 1A dorms. Melissa just went down to the common room and found herself in a strange situation. All the girls in Class A, except her, and some of the boys were practicing yoga. What's going on here? Melissa asked. Mina turns to see Melissa. We are doing yoga. This is how we relax after everything that happened. Somebody said yoga. Kaminari said as she entered the common room with the rest of the chosen ones. Yes, why don't you join us? Especially you Melissa-chan, Todoroki-kun, maybe that will help you with your new powers. I think I'll pass. Todoroki said. Do you miss it? We will continue enjoying our yoga, Mina said. Somebody said yoga, Izuku said as he entered the dorms. Another imaginary cookie to whoever guesses the reference of this scene. The entire place fell silent. Izuku worried, maybe he entered at a bad time. I'm back, Izuku said with a nervous smile. The first to react was Melissa, who quickly hugs Izuku with tears in her eyes. Izuku, you're alright. Melissa tightens the hug, as if Izuku was going to disappear. I was very worried. We all were. This made everyone snap out of shock and approach Izuku to tell him how glad they were that he's back, especially the rest of the chosen ones. Izuku just smiles as small tears come out of his eyes. I'm glad to be back. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.